My name is Puesto Enrico, Puesto de Taquiendo de Femioso de Piplioples, also known as the only YouTube channel in the world. I guess you'd have to say, I mean that figuratively. Anyway, I made a big decision tonight. I opened up my phone, I opened up my YouTube application, and I pushed a plus symbol. And Boba Fett, just for your information, it presented me with three options. I could have either uploaded a video, made a short, or the third option, go live. Well, I went live. Now I've gone live. Now I am live, presumably. Or am I going live still? I've gone live. That's the thing about being live. You can go live. You can have gone live. Earlier I went live. But even though it's in the past tense, I'm still live. But I'm not still going live. To go live is to begin being live. And I've already begun being live, so I'm not going live right now. I just am live. So, got back from the open mic. I would call this my my scrimmage / get the rust off / sparring partner trip there, you know. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know kind of what the scene was going to be like. The guy who runs it didn't know anything about me. So, you know, I went up second, which is not great. Not a lot of people there yet. There are more people there as it gets a little bit later. And also, obviously, I'm well served to have some people in front of me to contrast against. Anyway, regardless, that's fine because it was just kind of a practice round, you know. Freebird is everyone's favorite live thing to sing, apparently. I don't think it actually is. I think it's just kind of got that reputation as something people call out for bands to play. Like, it's kind of like they used to scream mashed potatoes at a golf tee when somebody struck the ball with his golf club. There's not any good reason for them to say that. It's just become a thing, you know. No, nobody played Freebird while we were there. I didn't stay a super long time. Again, in part because I view this particular trip down there as a bit of a dress rehearsal. I do plan to go again, probably this upcoming Tuesday. And now I know what I'm planning for. I'll arrive on the later side. There's no reason to get there before 8. And I'll try to get myself a little bit of a later slot this upcoming time. Take a drummer with me? Well, no. I'm not going to do that. I don't have a drummer, and it's an open mic. Having like a kit would be too much for an open mic. If Rachel's feeling like it, that would be fine. I would like to have Rachel perform with me on one of the songs, but I don't feel like it's necessary uh, for me to, step up my game next time. Next time I go there, I won't be constrained by what I have memorized or don't have memorized. Like for this occasion, I excluded from consideration any songs I didn't have very well memorized. Now that I know the place, meow, 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 meow. All right, cool, Rachel. That'd be great. So then, next time we go, I'll pick two different songs with Keep Cloudy Day. We could do, I think we should do Cloudy Day together. And if you feel like doing more than one song, we could look at other options of things. There's plenty of stuff that I'd like to incorporate your voice on, because there's lots of stuff that has set up background vocals that I can't sing the main vocals and the background vocals. But if you just want to sing one, then we'll do Cloudy Day, and that'll be the repeat from this week. I don't have any rapey songs. The racist song isn't mine anyway. Well, I made a mistake this occasion, which was I unwisely gave people my disclaimer at the beginning that yes, this song might be a little racist, but it's not my song, and it's not my politics, and it's just a good song. Nobody was going to understand the lyrics anyway. There's no reason for me to make that disclaimer. I just created problems that didn't exist. That's T.I. Tool in it, applying itself, sticking its nose where it doesn't belong. I thought about it, Amelia. I practiced it today, in fact. I considered playing it tonight, but I stuck with my game plan that I was going to play one of the ones that I have very well established memorized. But if I do play something that I don't quite have as established memorized, I may bring a piece of paper up there with me to look at the chords. I might need to bring some tape to tape it to the microphone or whatever. Microphone stand. But I think I might want to do 100 Million Years Ago next time, and Satchel of Helpful Goods. Is what I'm thinking right now. And then if Rachel's going to sing with me, then Cloudy Day. Which I did this time, but will be the only repeat. And this upcoming time we'll do all originals. So it'll be good to have a repeat in there. So anybody who was there last time, at least the sound guy, will get familiar with my songs over the weeks, And no doubt, come to truly appreciate their subtle grace. Or maybe grow to loathe them. That's also possible. Yeah, well, I have been practicing, but as far as anything Rachel and I are going to play, yeah, we'll practice it ahead of time, and certainly if Rachel and I are going to sing anything together that she's not already super familiar with, we'll need to run through that a lot, We'll need to practice that a lot. But I'm very certain that if we do put in some practice time, that Rachel's very capable of doing any of the things that might comprise the background vocal part, for one of the songs. Thanks, Fly Guy. I appreciate your insightful input of relevancies to this topic. Those are all things that are so relevant to what we're talking about right now, which is music stuff, performance, etc. That's one thing I've always admired about you, Fly Guy. You have a nose for relevance and a tongue for folly. You've got a nose for relevance and a tongue for folly, which is exactly what I'm looking for in a guy or a fly. All right, we're going to pull this augmented bone rip with this augmented lighter. I mean, I'm not playing things acoustic. I'm playing on my electric guitar plugged into the low amp. I got a good, good sound setup there. Nice guy running the thing. He seems competent on the board as well. I wasn't confident about giving him feedback by the levels. I actually could have used a little bit more myself in the monitors, my voice, but it's been such a long time since I've played with a sound guy that I kind of forgot how to listen to my levels and stuff. I just not forgot how to, but forgot to do it at all. So I was just like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, what? Like I've never played live before. It's just this mushy, like, what are you asking? Hear what? Hear myself in the what now? The monitors? I guess. Oh, I don't know. Silly, Eric. Tricks are for kids. Correct. I played with the clean channel. I prefer the sound of it. If I wrote a song with distortion in mind, like, in other words, if the compositional part of the process included distortion, then I'd probably keep it that way, But I haven't had access to distortion for very long, prior to me having access to it a long time ago. And I don't usually play with the amplifier plugged in. Why don't you do that, Eric? Well, for one thing, Rachel's, let me just close this door a little easier than one of these other silly kind of solutions that I was trying to come up with. What was I talking about? Something so important that I can't remember what it was. But I'll tell you this much. When I remember, you're going to all be blown away by the fact that I ever could have forgotten something so critical, Anywho, so yeah, I'm doing a mixed cocktail of substances this evening. I've got the requisite Adderall, prescribed at a dosage of 30 milligrams per pill. That's always a fun addition to any party, Just invite Adderall to the party. Good idea. Is it really a party without him? Not that much of one. And then, obviously I was hitting the vape on the way to and from Merced. Doesn't really do anything anyway. But it's nice to know that you're at least nominally attempting to ingest drugs. You're not being completely irresponsible in that regard. Anyhow, then after we got back from Merced, I had some hot buttered coffee, buttered with the cannabinoids of canna butter, and obviously also having coffee in it, but also having some creamer in it. And then I took some mushrooms too. So I've not really combined marijuana edibles with mushrooms before, shockingly enough, maybe. I don't like to do mushrooms without the amphetamines, so obviously I decided, hell, as long as we're having a drug indulgent day, why don't you cash in another half an Adderall? You're already going to be up too late. And go ahead and treat yourself, Eric. You deserve it. And smoke a half of it. Largely, I try not to smoke them because it seems kind of like maybe an inefficient bang for buck exchange compared to dissolving it in your mouth. But in this instance, I don't regret it. I thought that bong rip was nice. A little extra pizzazz to it. Kind of pizzazz that reminds me of pizzazz-filled Dodger catcher Mike Piazza. Mike Piazza, or Piazza, was named, his family name means pizzazz in Italian. And Mike in Italian means full of. So his full name literally means full of pizzazz. And that's why the aforementioned pizzazz reminds me so much of Mike Piazza. All right. Well, that was largely a waste of time. My anticipated poo never arrived. I peed a little bit. My story didn't go anywhere. Everybody's hating on me, as you can see, with hamburgers and Samoas. How I roll. There's just non-stop Samoan hamburgers all day, every day. You know? I've got two questions. How many Samoans are there here? And how many hamburgers are there? Are there any other questions worth asking? Samoa, 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 Samoa. And then hamburger, 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 hamburger. And then a picture of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hamburgers in a row. So I think the message is clear from hated me. The message is hot dogs. Samoan hamburger. Samoa says 685 Samoa. Rachel says, I've never had Samoan. You've never had Samoan what? You've never had Samoan of your lawn? My guy says Samoans are great, but I tend to eat around the tattoos. My guy, WONDER, Wonder Point for you. Oh my gosh. In just 4 minutes, point value would have been doubled. But it's still Tuesday. So you were this close to double value Wonder Point. But close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and the close Olympics. That's where closeness counts most of all. Are you talking about the cookies, Rachel? Samoa's like the Girl Scout cookies? I guess that must be what you're talking about. That didn't occur to me that you were talking about that. Name a car for an edit. Judy. I'm naming the car Judy. Sarah Jones. I'm a 41-year-old mother, 2 daughters, ages 9 and 2. About 1 year ago I discovered I'm an INFP, I think. Any advice or words of wisdom? Get pregnant with one, no, two. Wait a second. You've already gotten pregnant with 2 children. Never mind. That's not advice. That's telling you what's already happened. Okay. I'd say grow to the age of 41. Again, same problem. Do I have any advice for you or words of wisdom? Well, I'm not sure advice universalizes very well, you know? But words of wisdom. I mean, I'm only 10 years older than you, right? But I don't think of age normally, regardless, in terms of words of wisdom. You could have people plenty older than me, but I would still believe I have words of wisdom they should hear. In this particular instance, I'm being asked, what words of wisdom do you want to present as words of wisdom by request? And Well, I mean, there's a lot of choices of words of wisdom. So I have to be a careful chooser, right? You wouldn't want me to be a careless Carol, the, the unchoosiest chooser. Okay, well, I asked the same question of Rachel, Sarah James, that you're asking of this Samoa person. Because Rachel thought, I think, the same thing you did. That never occurred to me that they were talking about the Girl Scout cookie until much later, and I thought, wait a second, is Rachel talking about the Girl Scout cookie? Because I should have figured it out sooner, and I ignoring, right? I think she said, I've never had Samoas. And I said, Samoan what? But she didn't say Samoan. She said Samoas. I don't know why it took me so long to process that. What question was I answering? All right. Words of wisdom for Sarah Jones. Uh, you know, every wickedness is its own punishment. If you're a good person, a decent person, I think the way sort of self accountability works is kind of messed up. It's like fairly minor failures slash wickednesses that you remember committing in your previous part of your life. You're probably going to feel, you're probably going to be punished many times over the actual damage you did by your own remembering it and feeling guilty, feeling bad, or other things, you know. On the other hand, when people do really bad things, like, you know, mass murder or something, it's not even conceivable for them to possibly feel bad enough for it to be proportional with what they've done. So, the better a person you are, on some level, the more you have to suffer this unfair and disproportionate amount of pain over your own previous wrongdoings. But that's not, you could call that words of wisdom. Here are some words of wisdom I thought of one time. These are wise words. Death is has the following inverse proportionality going on. The harder the death is for the person dying, the easier it is for those left behind. The easier it is for the person dying, the harder it is for those left behind. So sudden unexpected deaths are very easy for the person dying, but very difficult for the people left behind. On the other hand, protracted Alzheimer's decay into aspiration death is horrible for the person dying and very easy for those left behind because after all, the life she was living was so abjectly horrible, full of suffering, that we all felt a sense of relief for her when she passed, right? So there are some wise words. So Sarah Jones, if you're an INFP and you can't go 5 seconds without thinking about how whatever action I'm taking will affect that person, then you're probably pretty well protected from the kind of guilt, remorse, and shame that I'm subject to as I grow wiser, as I grow older, and I have a more nuanced understanding of how deeply people can be harmed by just carelessness with words and stuff. Though still by no means an adequately deep understanding of that. But as my understanding grows, I hold my previous self, accountable to my current wisdom standards. I don't make any accommodations to the fact that I was younger and didn't know better, you know? Head shrinkers have been around forever. You're talking about uh, like psychiatrists, psychologists, or you mean actual head shrinkers, like that tribe of people who shrink people's heads? It's like, why did you want it smaller? Was it so the old cod fit it in your purse more easily? Look, I know it's kind of gross, but I really want to carry this human head around with me. But I keep being told no shirt, yes head, no service when I go to restaurants. No shirt, yes head, no service. Um, it just blows my mind that everyone doesn't think what? Everyone doesn't think like this. Like what? Like thinking about how your actions will affect other people? Well, I mean, it's an FI kind of deliberation in part. Like, considering how their interests will be impacted by your actions is a very FI frame of reference. You can't both have that frame of reference, though, and have a frame of reference that says, let me be a dispassionate, disinterested, third party, objective judge of these words. So, you're expert in your field, I'm expert in my field. I I get that it's like your field matters more to any individual I'm dealing with. But it's also the case that if I were better at that, I wouldn't be good enough at being right to do the also very important work of being right. We all have trade offs, like how the Los Angeles Angels traded off their golden shot with Otani for nothing. you know? Well, don't listen to Jung. Jung is not the best expert on Jung, believe me. Who should we ask who's a real expert on Jungian cognitive functions? Well, the answer is Eric. Who comes in second place? How about Jung? Does he come in second place? No, I don't know who comes in second place, but he's just likely to muddy things up more rather than clarify things at all, really, with his, penchant for holistic explanation. Like, let's just really grok this on, metaphorical level. Morridge points out that we probably all should spend a lot more time listening to Jordan Peterson, his God Emperor, and what he has to say about you. That's fine, Morridge. I agree with you, for sure, about Jordan Peterson. What I did finally is I took Jordan Peterson's 4-letter acronym to heart at long last, and now here I am, a changed man. His acronym: GOAL, G, goals, O, only goals, A, all goals, L, love goals. With those 4 simple plans, 4 simple steps, you too can be a goal whore. That's what I want to call successful people, okay? Let's call successful people goal whores. Yeah, I see you in a nice car, you fucking goal whore. It's actually pronounced Muregi. Like, you got it wrong. Isn't that a good slur for successful people? High five, everybody. Good slur for successful people. We'll call them all goal whores. Now listen here, Mr. Fancy Car. I will pause to listen to you speak. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I will cut those 2 minutes short if I hear anything about real estate or anything about goals. Okay, well, my goal here isn't to talk about real estate exactly. See you later, dude. See you later. Jordan Peterson is good at not reacting unless you don't clean your room. You're making silly jokes. Is what you were doing. That's a good joke. I like it. Are you married still, Sarah Jones? I'm still married, but I should note that I am not married to Sarah Jones. If I were, then my last name would have to have been Jones. That's how I know I'm not married to her. Because I can look on my driver's license and see that my last name is not Jones. Unfortunately, Sarah Jones is still married to Mr. Jones, her husband. How long have you been married for? 48 hours? Unfortunately, we're still married. Well, this marriage never ends. I'll have it all weekend. Since 2009, huh? Let me try to do a little math here. That's 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years. 15 years. Why is your marriage bad? And why aren't you therefore divorced? If it's unfortunate that you are still married, then you should definitely get divorced. What's stopping you? Could it be life circumstances, complications, kids, myriad other reasons to not get divorced? Maybe it is one of those. Well, apparently, Sarah Jones, what I'm gleaning is being inferred from what you're saying here is that your husband doesn't have hot buns like me. That's what I'm thinking the problem is. Sarah Jones's husband needs hot buns. I'll tell you whose husband does have hot buns. Rachel Strauss's husband. Three-teen. Well, it's not called three-teen, actually. It's called 13. Because pronunciation of three changes to sound like thir once it gets into higher elevations, like over 10. But then, when it gets to still higher elevations, it returns to its normal pronunciation. It's one of those, thin band of sound. It's a thin band. Meow. Kind of like that crazy vacuum tube thing that Meow Man talked about. Meow. Boy, that was memorable. Alright. I'm feeling a little bit like I got the wobbles, so to speak. Possibly because I have both taken the mushrooms and Rachel has a life partner. She has a husband, me. Well, I'm surprised this lasted such a long time after that change. That's shocking. You guys been through a lot together, but shared history is not a reason to stay together. I'm sorry, but that reason is not good enough. I reject your staying together with your long-term partner that you've been with for God knows how long. I, Eric, hereby reject it. So, you should listen to that. Muhammad was a great prophet. Good for him. That what you want to write on your gravestone? He was a great prophet. I mean, if you say so, Mom. He certainly did say a lot of things. And they were like, oh my God, will you listen to that? Our guy, he's really saying some things. Jesus is Yahweh, Jesus is Yahweh, and Yahweh is Jesus. Muhammad, what's he doing over there? Is he either Yahweh or Jesus? Oh, goodness. Religious stuff. People. These are my words. Here are some other words. It's hard to say exactly what they mean, but I feel very strongly about it. Like, meow, meow, meow. I wish I want to sing the song that they sang this in preschool. Muhammad is a very good prophet. Eric is a very good prophet. Kelly is a very good prophet. That's what they sing out. They switch up the name from one kid to the next kid. It was really sleeper, it wasn't prophet. They weren't trying to encourage us to do prophecy in preschool, actually. They were trying to encourage us to take a nap, though. That's like, didn't I just get here like 2 hours ago? Why are you guys trying to tell me to take a nap already? The reason is because, we were like 3 years old. But truth is, I still take a mid-morning nap now. Maybe preschool is where I got that from. Thanks a lot, preschool. Thanks a lot. Think how much more productive I'd be if you hadn't trained me young to take a mid-morning nap. Thanks, Carrot. Well, I can't swing on the ceiling fan without breaking it. But I can touch the ceiling fan with my finger. Have you ever considered that? If what you say gets me $1 million, how many does what I do get me? It should be some fraction of $1 million, equivalent to the fraction of impressiveness that it is. That's how these things work economically. No, I did not cut my finger off. See, it's perfectly fine. Same as it ever was. The same amazing finger I was born with. The finger that prompted generations of fancy people around the world to say to me, "Where did you get that finger?" Hindu deities, get your Hindu deities. Got your Vishnu, your Vishnu, your Vishnu, your Vishnu. Get them while they're still here. That's that's what happens at a baseball game in India. Except it's more like get your Hindu deities. That's why my Indian accent's not spectacular. I should have a good sleep. I'm yawning. I am tired, it's true. And, I do thank you for wishing me a good sleep, if that's what you were doing. But my yawning is not actually linked to my sleepiness. Those are the mushroom yawns. A little bit of a different phenomenon than sleepy yawns, okay? Mushrooms sometimes just make you yawn hardcore. Sometimes they make your nose run a whole bunch too. There's the serotonin. Another symptom of the serotonin is like feeling colder than you actually are. So yeah, I'm not yawning out of tiredness, but I'm having mushroom yawns, which sure are kind of like tiredness yawns, but you're not really tired because you're on mushrooms. And there's this other factor to ensure that I'm not tired, which is called, well, it rhymes with Roking Ratterall. If you can intuit what I'm talking about, then you get to know what I'm doing. If that hint leaves you nevertheless baffled regarding what I could possibly be doing, then, well, you're just going to have to live in ignorance, my friend. You're going to have to live in perpetual ignorance. I was noting on the way back from Merced. I will note before I do that, remind me, sheriffs. You know what actually occurred to me? It's just pure wild speculation on my part. Don't take it as anything more serious than that. But I wonder if this recent spate of old man stuff is Mike Hart or people that he's sending from his channel. Presumably he has the power to do that. That's the only explanation I have for why he would think I have the power to do that. All right, everybody, go over there and do meow. As if I would ever send anybody. Hassan Piker, Jink's cousin. I've never encountered the person. Do you know scientific facts about ancient Hindu culture? No. I don't know any facts of any kind about ancient Hindu culture. I mean, I would guess ancient Hindu culture was in India, probably. That, that maybe Vishnu was there at this party. I'm not sure. Maybe the ancient Hindus, you know, were a departed sect from Zoroastrians who evolved into modern Hinduism. Let me make some other guesses about ancient Hindu culture. They revered the elephant, but they also ate them. They ate them so fast. A single family of four ancient Hindus could eat a full grown adult male elephant within 24 hours. Naturally, that's if they're really stuffing themselves. These are some of the scientific facts I have to say about um about ancient whatever. This person, in some ways, is lucky. Hassan Piker is Stephen Crowder. I don't know who Stephen Crowder is either. But a leftist, he's one of the most insufferable people who talk about politics online. Well, sucks to be him. What do you want, Trouble? You want me to let you outside? You want me to write you a letter? Sharing with you how I feel? I think that's what he wants me to do. The cat wants me to write him a letter, sharing with him how I feel. Just don't even depress me talking politics. I'm not in any mood to talk any kind of politics. The best I can offer you regarding the whole subject is as follows: politics, schmolitics. Talk to the Blowablix. That's the best I can give you right now. I'm sorry. I'm cashing in my poli-sci cred for ignoring it today. I don't know. I don't know how the economics of that work. But regardless, I don't wanna this is fine. Everything's fine. I'm not looking at any of the fire around me. My advice to you is if you think it's hot, stop noticing the fire. So far, it's working for me fine. Granted, sort of destiny shitting upon the selfish of me, but regardless. Okay. So one thing we can all agree on, whatever partisan denomination or whatever, is that this bong, this part up here, needs to be cleaned. Every time I hit it, I get more disgusting bong resin on my lips. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, they all agree on this. Why? Because it's true. It's a problem all Americans want to see solved. Non-partisan issue. We're all on the same team here. Oh. Oh. Now that really packed a little punch. That one will call Grandma's landline and tell her to get her lazy ass out of bed. Right, Marge. Might just be the way to bring the country together. I can articulate a clear problem in need of a solution. Hey, that's fine, whatever your name is. Yeah, I can call you AK, alright? You know, like the Russian-made automatic weapons. Or were those the American ones? I don't remember which was which. I'm calling you AK. AK, don't you worry your pretty little head about it either way. You can offend people, not offend people. I don't give a fuck. If you offended Boba Fett, good for you. Good job. If Boba Fett remains unoffended, also good for you. Good job. You've not offended me, which I congratulate you in full for. But also, were you to offend me, I would also equally congratulate you for that. So, there you have it. You know, I'd probably find it more interesting if you were just sort of openly kind of crassly insulting Jesus. I think that would be that might be fun, you know, to see how that plays out. It won't bother me either way. I won't engage in needlessly offending people about their religion. Usually. But I wholeheartedly approve of people who do. Or also, I wholeheartedly approve of people who don't. You know. Obviously, the freedom to express yourself comprises or encompasses the freedom to not express yourself too. Otherwise, ain't no such thing as compelled speech that's truly free. That's what I learned in civics class back when I was 3. I never learned that in civics class. I didn't take civics class when I was 3. And any other things about that song are a lie. I just to let everybody know. I don't want to be, lying it up. Asterisk. I should go to the garage. It seems it's too late for me to be this loud outside. I gotta go to the garage. Like a lover, late at night, I've got to whisper. Like my lover when she's hiding from her husband. Whisper. Sounds like a song from like 87 or something, Like a 1987 horrible song. Like my lover when she's hiding from my husband. Whisper. By some guy like DeBarge. I think that song should retroactively now exist. They need to have a name other than the Mpemba effect. I mean, the Mandela effect for things that didn't used to exist, but now do. Because I guess because people came up with them. I don't know what it is. There are things that used to not exist, but now they do. How do you explain that? Touche, sir. Touche. Oh. Just a spoonful of mushrooms plus a little bit of smoked Adderall, and then also some other stuff. What was it? Oh, y'all, that's right, edible marijuana, which has a little hue, just the right amount of these drugs. That's how you find yourself singing that song. Not by accident. It's a recipe. I can tell you what helps the medicine go down. Crush it up into your fingers. This is if it's mushrooms. And then put it on your tongue, try to taste it, and just drink it down real quick. The whole thing like a pill. Not sugar, dumbass. Dumbass lady singing that song. It might have been Angela Lansbury, I think. I don't know. My SI says, you know this, it's Angela Lansbury. Could have been. Could have been. I'm right about this kind of notions fairly often when I'm like, I think I knew this. Is it actually Angela Lansbury? A lot of times I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. I don't ever feel very knowy about it. I guess 'cause I don't trust where the information came from. It just sort of floats up out of nowhere. Events that happen to you and shit like that. Unless you remember where you were when you learned the thing, of course. I think that's sort of true SI, I believe that little song I sang right there was also originally an Angela Lansbury song. What kind of music you into? Well, I really love the Angela Lansbury songbook, for example. Angela Lansbury wrote songs. Well, she crafted several compositions. She's mostly famous for covers. Okay. What kind of songs are in the Angela Lansbury, portfolio? Oh, you might be familiar with A Spoonful of Sugar helps the medicine go down. Oh, yeah, I do know that song. Well, that's, fairly typical of Miss Lansbury's work. Okay, so what other kind of music are you into? Oh, I guess like early Angela Lansbury. Yeah, it's kind of like Murder She Wrote era stuff. Is that what you mean? Like other artists you might be interested in? Oh, I got ears for no one but Miss Lansbury. Let me tell you, she occupies all of my listening time. That's my interview with somebody who's obsessed with Angela Lansbury. But surprisingly, not so much with her acting career, but with her discography. So, it makes it more interesting than somebody who's just obsessed with Murder, She Wrote, right? It makes him a more curious fellow, especially if he doesn't like Murder, She Wrote. Really, that's a better character. He's interested in, no, even better. He loves Angela Lansbury's discography, but he doesn't know that she was in any films or TV shows. And when you ask him about it, Angela Lansbury was in TV shows? It must be a coincidence, different person, same name or something. Not the same person as Angela Lansbury, the singer. Murder, She Wrote. I have never heard of any such TV show at all. Doesn't sound like the title of a real TV show. Are you making this shit up? I mean, first of all, it would be She Wrote Murder. Duh. How dumb do you think I am? What? Angela Lansbury wasn't even in Murder, She Wrote? Boo, 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 boo. Mandela effect. Mandela effect. Definition. People can't remember shit. That's real definition is remembering what should have been rather than what was. In other words, it's NI basically. Although, I mean, that makes perfect sense with my remembering that the reason people thought Nelson Mandela had died is that they had him confused with Bishop Desmond Tutu, right? Only the word that I could not possibly have read that, or that be the case, because Bishop Desmond Tutu hadn't even been born yet. No, I'm just kidding. Died in like 2021. But I was like, what? But I know for sure, I thought I did. The explanation for the Mandela effect was that people got him confused with Bishop Desmond Tutu, which is made extra easy by the fact that when they buried Nelson Mandela, they only moved his coffin diagonally. Anyway, you'll have to excuse my silliness tonight. It's it's an unavoidable side effect of this medication I'm on. Yeah, the medication is called Elytra. It's for my blotchy skin. And it's been known to cause giddiness, excessive making of jokes, and overall kind of this guy's on drugs vibe. That's some of the listed side effects. So you'll have to excuse me if I look like I'm having fun. That's good aspiration, oxygenation, or aeration. Good aeration of my body. You got to air out your body. Put out the old air, bring in the new air. That's what I just did. By taking a couple of deep breaths. Because the oldest air at the very bottom, otherwise normally just stays there. And let's take a really deep breath. It just stays there and gets staler and staler. So there. Now I've cleared out the old air and replaced it with fresh new air. If you guys haven't tried doing this, you should do so as well. If you're wondering what's going wrong with you in your life, the answer is maybe your air has gone stale. It's one of the leading causes of meh in contemporary society is stale air. Don't be the next victim. Okay? Check your air's staleness quotient today. Meow. Where's your plate of food? I cleaned it up because it was like empty. I didn't replace it with new food. Alright, I will bring your food back over here. Where I should have had it in the first place. What maybe said put it back over there? That was very dumb of me, Trouble. I agree. I should never, for whatever reason, put this back over there again. Just because I didn't like the way it looks right there, I was like cleaning up all the other stuff, and I was like, well, I don't like vegetable now. I should just have left it there. I was a fool. This is what I've needed for a long time. This doesn't even have any drink in it. just a teeny bit of drink. I'm gonna need to get another drink because a drink is a drink is what I drink. A drink. I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'll get a drink. Then I'll come back right then. Hi, trouble. I know. You're like, Daddy, what's going on with you? I don't know what's going on with me either. Trouble. I don't know. It's like maybe on Thursday when I meet with my psychiatrist, I'll say to him, I want you to be like the psychiatrist in the movies. I want you to say, Eric, it's okay for you to be happy. You know, I think when you're somebody like me, who's not manic in any clinical sense, but who gets a manic quality about him sometimes. Sometimes even not on any amphetamines. But I kind of have to actively keep check on my happiness lest it turn into recklessness. But I wonder if I feel like I don't trust myself very much to be happy, excited, enthusiastic, like I used to be. Because I'm not sure it ever really. I'm not sure it reliably enough linked to outcomes I wanted and avoided outcomes I didn't want. There's too much volatility. Am I on? I can't read that shit. My eyes are so like mad right now. I can't even read the big screen without. I can't read with my glasses either. I have to look at it on my phone, my glasses instead. Are you anti psychedelics? No, I'm not anti psychedelics. I'm not pro psychedelics either, like as an advocacy. I do like to take them as an activity. I know. I thought I'd answer the question. Show me to you. You see, it's more fun for me when questions that you ask other people I read out of context as though you were asking them to me. Oh, sure. It's a little juvenile. But what am I? Some kind of old man? Oh, right. Wait, am I? Those trolls have really gotten to my head. I know exactly how old I am. Obviously, I'm 52 years old. I don't know how you can, if you were to say to me, hey there, you 52-year-old, say, hello. And if you say to me, you're old, I just think, well, I'm 52. You're going to say to me, you're young, I think, well, I'm 52. Anyway, there's been a lot of that of late. This odd cluster of that, that oddly specific thing, right? Of late, under a variety of guys' names, a variety of names, and not a ton of different guises, but just say variations of the idea. Not a wide range of variation there, kind of like people riffing off of it or anything. So suggestive of one guy is what I'm getting towards. Let's see what Hugh Jarvis is saying here. Or is I saying non-middle aged, not old? Oh, whatever people might. It depends how young you are as to whether you're going to perceive me as old, middle aged, or whatever. It's also okay to be sad. Eric, can I ask an extremely silly question? You just did show media. Oh, there's your question finally. Who names their kid George and why? Well, some people who name their kid George might be the English royal family. It seems like they've got a set list of names to choose from. George, Albert, I guess Harry's one because it's Prince Harry, right? Whatever his brother's name is. Yeah. Charles, Richard. Like, they're all names of former kings and queens and stuff. So, let me pick one of those names. That's why you never see a Prince Brandon or a like a princess. What's a terrible popular girl name? Brianna with a Y. See, Princess Brianna with a Y. And so the royal couple announced their new babies, wonderful twins, fraternal, one girl, one boy. We've got Prince Brandon with a Y instead of an O at the end. And his lovely sister, Princess Brianna with a Y. Oh, that's why, the point is, that's why somebody would name their kid George, is because maybe it's one of the on the list of choices that they have is as part of their the dues they have to pay to be the king, queen, prince, princess of England or whatever. They have to agree as part of the Magna Carta to never name any of those children Brandon, Brianna, Brittany. There's a list of them. They're not allowed to name their kid. They still abide by the terms of the Magna Carta, and accordingly, they still get to live in a magical palace with butlers and stuff. They're keeping their end of the bargain. At any time, they could retract their consent on the Magna Carta, and we all have to go back to the old way, where we just were their property. So we don't want that to happen. I can't. Every time I think about Michael Jackson, the only thing I think about is South Park's parody of him. You know, so meow meow, whatever he says. Fucking hilarious. Adrian. Eric fails History 101. What part of history did I fail? Oh, as part of history, they covered Albanian penis hats. Bunch of Whiggish crap. What's a bunch of Whiggish crap? The fact that America was one of the signatories to the Magna Carta, that therefore the United States of America is beholden to accept the terms of the Magna Carta? Well, that's written in every history book, my friend. You can Google that right now. Yes, I think it was George Washington they sent over to sign the Magna Carta. Say, yes, the United States of America is on board with this document. Google it if you don't believe me. Of course, the U.S. would be a signatory to Magna Carta. Otherwise, why would people think it's an important document? Well, subjects, okay? They're not property. They just have the privilege of being royal subjects. And they should be thankful for that privilege. It's like, righto, Governor. I sure am grateful to be a royal subject. I'd hate to be a royal subject of one of those bad kings and queens. They're just proudly serving in her for her queen, Her Majesty the Queen, I don't know. I don't get that stuff really, I guess. I'm not. I just couldn't I just couldn't lie to myself hard enough. Obviously, I'm going to always think, okay, if this thing is, we've got two possibilities here. This thing is meritocracy or it's not. If it's meritocracy, I should be king. If it's not, well then fuck these asswipes. Claiming to be better than me because of what exactly? You have more snootiness? If you look carefully, I've got a lot more snootiness than you do. Alright, Your Majesty. I agree with you. You have a lot more snootiness. I'm not gonna try to be. If I like go meet Prince Charles, I'm not gonna be like, "You're no king." Obviously, I'll be like, "Hello, Your Majesty, Prince Charles. I mean, King Charles. I mean, I don't know what to call you." Do you have anything to do with Wales? Did you? Did you become the king of Wales? No. Or did you skip being king of Wales and go straight to king of all England, including Wales? What do you mean Wales isn't part of England? Okay. All right. That's fine. It's like Puerto Rico is its own country for other sports, right? But it's not really its own country. That's just sports shenanigans. It's like China's trying to do the same thing in the other direction with Taiwan. We're just gonna call them Chinese Taipei to make it like, pretend like they're like our Puerto Rico. Like there are American Samoa or whatever. Fuck off, China. Your misuse of words is a holocaust of evil. You're more unspeakably evil than a waxing moon. Which, of course, is unspeakably evil because it's not doing its job. Which, namely, is to be a circle, obviously. That's why we got a circular moon in the first place, is because we were expecting to have a circle in the sky, right? That's why we hired the circular moon. We could have hired a moon that looked like a crescent roll if we wanted to, but we wanted the circular one, so we hired the circle moon, right? And then 28 days out of the month, how many days did he show up to work properly round? Like one, maybe two a month? You gotta be fucking kidding me. So, hey, I'm full today. You mean you're at your job as you're supposed to be today? But how does that make you full? Huh? It just makes you, not overtly fucking up and getting away with it. For once. Today. Boy, I feel really full this time. I'm sure I'll stay full all month this time. You say that every month, man. You say the same shit every month. We're not falling for it anymore. You're addicted to your waxing and your waning. Is Rachel in here? Or something probably being too loud. I think she went upstairs. Let me look. With some lights. Yes, she's not in here. So I don't have to worry about being loud about her. The neighbor, sure. Her, no, not so much. That's the neighbors if I go outside. That's why I'm going into the garage. I don't even want to smoke a cigarette. I don't even know why I'm going to the garage. Moving around out of habit. Oh, I do have to pee pretty soon. And because I like to multitask, it does make sense for me to go outside, pee, and smoke at the same time. Double greeting. Nice to see you again. Andrew H. Butler. Hello. I'm not sure what the double greeting is exactly. That one. What would a single greeting look like? Were you saying greetings? Oh, I see. You should say plural greeting, then I guess, really rather than double. Although double greeting does confer the idea of greetings. But I think you're better off with plural greeting. I like where you're going with this idea. Okay, I thank you for bringing it to me for my feedback. You got a winner on your hands there. Took me a while to get. If it had been plural, I would have gotten it a little quicker. Would have been a little more satisfying. You know, a little less fishy aftertaste. Hi, Tyler Snow. Hi, Anar, the Rian cat. Hi. Or hi is not part of it. Anar, the Rian cat, is the entirety of your name. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear what I say? Can you see what I see? We can see you, Carmen's Pimp. Your test. You got an A on it. You're getting an A on your test right now. Congratulations. I forgot my card at the supermarket. They were nice enough to call me back. SE4 or SI8? Who? You for forgetting? Or them for calling? I mean, forgetting your meow at a supermarket is, look, the thing is, saying SI fourth is the same thing as saying SE eighth, right? And saying SI eight is the same thing as saying SE four. But in this case, I think we're better suited to explain it as last prioritized instrumental SI. So in other words, either in the 4/8, where it's necessarily definitionally instrumental, but 4/8 meaning either your conscious deficit or your most unconscious. So either of those two things results in the general quality of absent-mindedness that you may find resonant with in yourself, You may find yourself to be absent-minded. That's consistent with fourth slot, eighth slot, SI, either one. You may find yourself uh, you know, like I did. Leaving the house today for this thing all the way to Merced without my glasses, much to my annoyance. Well, fourth slot outside. So what's the difference between fourth and eighth slot outside here? Well, it doesn't really show up in terms of that area of SI, but it sure does in terms of your relationship with sleep and food and stuff. Like, it's not possible, even with drugs, to keep me up for as many hours as obviously Boba Fett spends awake. Rachel has a very, like, sort of a bitter rivalry with sleep lasting decades. Whereas me, it's like, oh yeah, how do I well? How do I burn the candle of the rise like? Eric said, Jar says, you may be a Gen Xer, but you have the spirit of a boomer. Well, I think you kind of go in the other direction there. I mean, the accurate statement is, I may be a Gen Xer, but oh my God, could you be any more stereotypically a Gen Xer? That should be what you say. You say, I don't really have any other aspects of generational stuff that sticks out, but I sure am stereotypically an example of my generation. I don't think it had anything to do with, like, I just think it's sort of, I don't know, I guess it does have to do with the milieu when you're being raised, etc. It's like, one thing my generation has in common that kind of separates it from other generations is that our parents had the reasonable expectation that we can easily enough succeed as they had just by following these set up things that had been set up by their parents. They'd followed what their parents had said and everything. Look, they got rich and empowered, and now they're like, hey, look at me go. I got a house, got multiple properties. Oh, wonderful. You can do the same just by doing your, by just by going doing the thing. Go to college, you got a job. I don't know. So economics changed dramatically, right? So we were, on the one hand, it was reasonable to expect of us success in the frame from which they were expecting it. It also set unreasonable expectations for what success would look like, right? So you end up with a generation of slackers. I'm gonna have to work harder than you said to be less successful than you said. Fuck off. Generation X. In a nutshell. Probably the best and cogent description of the generation ever written. I say cogent. She's the best and most cogent. If I didn't. It's funny that I would, of course, fuck that up and making such a self-aggrandizing statement. But I'm not aggrandizing myself. I'm just saying, wow, that's probably the best thing, best summation of the generation ever written. And treating it as I should, which is not so much that I wrote it, but that, hey, look at that thing we just had. Of course, nobody cares because I don't treat the things as though they were precious. In other words, isolate them, spend time trying to sell them in various ways or position them better. You know, what's it called? Curate them. And they only have implicit value to you. People who are seeking to find artistry in their explanations and or words and stuff. Not that many people are really. You know, there's various reasons people engage with words. Artistry might be a reason to engage with words, but most people who engage with words for their artistry don't engage with um, explanations for their artistry. I don't think of explanations as having artistry. I think about them as being the alternative to artistry. In other words, it's largely a bunch of NFPs. Boy, it certainly is mild at, what is it, January or something? Yeah, January 23rd, 4th, something like that, or 3rd. It's 1:30 in the morning. I got one coat on and no jacket. It's quite mild for the situation, it seems to me. In other words, compared to the last few weeks, at this time I probably wouldn't have been able to comfortably be out here like this. I believe Rachel noted earlier, feels like spring. Could, however, be the proverbial calm before the storm. Because according to something else Rachel said, after this little trickle of storms is supposed to go through Wednesday, so be a little break, and then the real El Nino. Not the kind of El Nino that elicited the song El Nino My Ass, but the real El Nino. Okay. Just say he's the boy, which is Mexican for the man, which is American for a lot of rain. You know, the freaking weatherman. I keep hedging here, like, well, look, just because it's El Nino doesn't mean it's going to be more rain than usual. It just means it's a greater chance that it will be more rain than usual than on a usual year. What? Like, and then the prediction for every year the default is average, right? So you're trying to tell me that your El Nino is not a prediction that there's going to be more rainfall, but it is a prediction that there's a greater than average chance that there be there's an increased probability of I don't understand what the distinction they're making is at all, right? I saw it the other day on the weather thing. It's like El Nino doesn't mean more likely to be rainy. It's just that under El Nino conditions, we aren't predicting that it's going to be more rainy. We're saying that there's an increased likelihood of, of us predicting. I don't know what they're saying. It so confused me. I don't even know what they were saying. What kind of dumb caveat distinction are you trying to draw here, weather people? It's like, first of all, let me point something out to you. There's not some brigade of meteorologist accountability hounds out there that requires you to hedge your predictions. We're not saying it's going to be more rainy. We're saying that there's a greater than likely chance that we're going to predict that it might be on some years, but not others, more rainy. So wait, when you say El Nino conditions, are you predicting more rain or not? Keep in mind, we get it. Your prediction's almost certainly going to be wrong. You know, it's well, not almost certainly. You know, half the time you're going to be right. If you're making a prediction like, I predict it's going to be more rainy. But don't then tell us that, well, El Nino conditions do correlate with more rainy years, that it doesn't comprise a prediction that it will be more rainy this year. What kind of a fine distinction are you trying to draw? I can't tell you, there actually is, I now realize, there actually is a meteorologist accountability brigade, and it's me. They thought they were avoiding my accountability by dithering and dissembling on the issue of whether they were making a prediction. Instead, you know, the cover-up's worse than the crime. I caught wind of their criminal activities over there at the meteorologist mob, and I'm busting them now, is what I'm doing. I think I've successfully articulated what they were doing, right? They're saying, we are saying that El Ninos correlate on average with wetter years. But we're not predicting it's going to be wetter this year. Okay, well, your first statement says, with no other information, we predict it's going to be wetter this year. That's what your first statement says. So you're just contradicting yourself with your second statement. You're pretending as though there's a difference between the predictions being made by your model, namely that El Nino produces wetter years, or by your data pool that supports your explanation, right? Which is, here's an explanation for why it's wetter on balance when it could go either direction. It could be like, why is it wetter these years? And then you look back at what commonalities there were in global weather patterns, right? Or it could be you note the global weather patterns and go back and check and determine, yeah, there is a correlation with weather, right? But the reason you establish that it's a thing, El Nino, and that it has these impacts, on balance it's more likely to be wet in a given year, is because it comprises a prediction for any given year, unless you've got a countervailing argument that's stronger on balance than El Nino when predicting for a seasonal length, to try to then hedge and say, no, we're not predicting that this year's going to be wetter. It's just fucking stupid. It's like saying, no, it might not be wetter. Okay, well, what are you predicting, fuckface? You can't have it both ways. You predict it's going to be wetter, or you don't predict it's going to be wetter. You see what I'm saying? You see what kind of fuckery they're up to? Those weather people, I hope this now makes sense. So, like, if you look at, I did look at it, or scroll down some of it, not a ton of it, but I looked at Mike Hart's community tab the other day, and he makes these kind of childlike attempts to call out people's bad reasoning. Well, it's like watching your child play with the safety razors that you took the razors out of and shaving cream, It doesn't really matter that he's not accomplishing anything. They correctly do what he's parroting or, I don't know, pantomiming, doing theater of, is what I just did with these fucking meteorologists. Trying to get one by on me is what they're trying to do. Trying to sneak some bullshit past me. So, it's like, Mike Hart, I don't know what to tell you, dude, but fucking do yourself a favor and put on a learner's hat for a minute, okay? Stop playing the role of tisking guy with the answers and take as a case study Eric's very stout dispatching of those horrible meteorologists and say, I will work on this until I can do it that well. And once I've attained that, then I'm entitled to the weird, smug certainty that I have. Until then, I am not entitled to it. You think Mike Hart would have noticed what was wrong with the bullshit that other people were saying? I don't think so. I mean, he probably wouldn't, like, possibly wouldn't even understand my explanation I just gave. So what's wrong with it, you know? Well, that was a great explanation, clearly stated, cogent, easy enough to follow. Once I found the path on it, you know. So he very well could understand it. But I'm predicting, I'm predicting this will happen. I'm not predicting 90% this will happen. It's either going to happen or it's not, right? So you either make a prediction or you don't. I predict that he will not watch any of my upcoming video that responds to yet another post on the community tab talking about me without naming me. Mike Hart. Your name is Mike Hart. I'm going to say as the title of this video. Your name is Mike Hart. Now you try. Fuck off, dude. Just either like acknowledge you're beaten and stop trying to fight with me, or come out of the shadows and call me by name. Enough with this. He positions himself as this big like alpha male. He says every woman he's been with has told him that he is the best lover they've ever had. Well, I guess it's true that dealing with Eric is vastly more difficult than making love to a woman. So, I guess on that grounds my analogy breaks down. And so I have to acknowledge that it's not inconsistent with him, say, being a big stud alpha male and also being scared of me. That, you know, not all alpha males are scared of me. But, yeah, all alpha males are at least a little scared of me. Meteorologists do make it rain. And they make it sun as well. They make it rain, they make it sun, they make it wind. They make all the weathers that we know. They make it snow, they make it palm trees. Because I don't know where you're from, palm trees is a weather, but where I'm from, palm trees is a weather on the local news. I show you wind, rain, or palm trees, which I guess means sun. Because as you know, when it's not sunny out, palm trees scurry back into their holes. Nothing's more terrifying to a palm tree than an overcast. I keep forgetting. I shouldn't go outside because it's late and I might be a little bit loud. So I keep opening the door and then remembering and then coming over here. But sometimes I don't remember and I just stand up front. Or sometimes I decide, you know what, Eric, I'll just be quiet. I just be quiet this time. I'm gonna be quiet, Eric. I'm gonna use my inside voice. Well, I don't know if I can trust myself. I don't think I really did that great of a job of using my inside voice the last time I stood up there. Even if I did, I better balance it out with some being too loud in here, which is still sort of outside-ish. It's a lot more outside than inside the house. For example, smoking is okay out here, but it's not inside the house. Smoking cigarettes is okay, Thus, it qualifies as outside. Because where is smoking cigarettes okay? Outside. Ergo, if smoking cigarettes is okay here, it qualifies as outside. Now, I would also note that unlike regular outside, this outside is a lot more inside. Maybe as much as 10 times more inside than just regular outside, okay? This place, this holy ground where we stand, is an unholy union between inside and outside. I guess that's what I'm getting at, basically. Looks like my phone's about to run out of electricity. I didn't know this thing ran out of electricity. I thought it was goodwill and believing from children. Okay, I'll go get my charger, you fucks. Did somebody asking me, can't you sleep? The answer is no, I can't sleep. But it's because I don't want to sleep. I don't want to be able to sleep. I want to not be able to sleep. And accordingly, I can't sleep. I also don't want to try to go to sleep. And accordingly, I'm not trying to go to sleep. I will later. At some point, I will go to sleep. Sometime between now and the future. Well, not really between now and the future. At some point from now in the future, I will either try to go to sleep or just go to sleep. If I try to go to sleep at the right time, and it doesn't take very much trying for me to go to sleep. If I try to go to sleep at the wrong time, then all the trying in the world won't do me any good. There are tricky cases where it's like it's not going to be easy to go to sleep, but if I try and get past the initial challenge of it, then I probably will. The promise of that, I'm not so sure how accurately I can evaluate in advance whether this is one of those times, So, not that that's an issue right now, but I it's got sort of a wicked allure of gambling to it. Wow. Maybe if I lie down and try for a while, instead of it making me less sleepy and more frustrated, I'll actually go to sleep. I hope Rachel's okay. I think she may need some adjustments to her meds because she's seems like more frequently recently struggling with sleep stuff, and certainly her sleep schedules keeps shifting later and later and later. I guess eventually it'll go all the way around to be a regular sleep schedule again. I don't really care about that at all, but I've noted of late that Rachel seems troubled, and when I ask about it, the only answers I get that I can articulate as meaningful answers are sleep related. So, obviously, I can't always be sure. Like, Rachel's not necessarily going to reveal to me everything that's going on that's bothering her or something that is. Like, I almost certainly will, right? There's something that's bothering me, unless for some reason I thought something Rachel was bothering me would be explicitly hurtful to her in some way. I don't know what that would be, but um, Rachel's a little more guarded than I am about a lot of things like that. She kind of wants to anticipate how I'm going to respond to something and plot her course in advance accordingly, right? But well, I think she's very good at anticipating how I'm going to respond to certain kinds of things. if it's something that's out of the ordinary, this poses a challenge for her. Like, she was obviously, it was like pulling teeth for me to get Rachel to say, yes, she wanted to go to her family thing, vacation thing on the Jersey Shore this summer. Because, you know, she knows we got a lot of stuff going on. Like, if our plan goes as planned, then we'll be busy. And also that until we get a positive cash flow going, I'd like to burn through as little more principal as possible. But accordingly, she was very hesitant to even bring up the idea of us possibly going to New Jersey for this family trip of hers. And I basically have, after I explained all the positive things that were good reasons to go do this, I could barely get her to say, yes, I want to do this. It was hilarious. It's just this easy, Rachel. I just said, hey, I want to do this. I know it's like not really in our budget or whatever, but I want to do this. Not in our recent, according to our recent budget conversations, it's not consistent with our recent conversations or whatever. But I want to do this. Okay, well, we'll definitely do that. Hey, look at that, Rachel. We have a situation where one of us wants to do something clearly. High five. Well, it's so selfish of me to want something. It's very FI6 of you, for sure. That is for sure. Darling, you need to take selfish lessons from a little someone named Eric. Don't learn them too well, though. Is it selfish of me to blow my snot all over the garage floor? No, that would not qualify as selfish. It would, maybe, if I expected Rachel to be walking around out here barefoot, for example. But this is not, obviously, Rachel's space. This is the garage, also known as man space. Rachel has the day room. She got all the closets upstairs. She's got a bathroom up there for all of her girl stuff. She's got a big mirror and plenty of room for all of her girl stuff. This is not girl space here. This is man space. Why? Because it's full of manly things. Like this. This is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about man stuff. This is a hammer. That's, it's like, this is manly. A perfume bottle, that's girly. How do you know? Because I can break it with a hammer. Alright, here's something else manly. It's a saw, right? I'm gonna put makeup on my face. Well, you know what I do out here? I cut things in half. Okay? Tell me what's more manly. Putting stuff on your face or cutting things in half. I don't just do halves also. I could cut things into quarters. I could most likely cut it in a regularly shaped piece by accident. Most likely, I come out of a blackout of some sort and you're like, why am I holding this saw? What am I sawing? I do have cause to saw things occasionally, but anything that needs sawing enough to get out like a saw, well, it has to be a very specific kind of thing that needs to be sawed that I would use this. It has to be small enough job that this plus all these arm motions is less work than getting out the circular saw, right? That's the only reason. It has to be a very specific job that deserves exactly that saw. And yes, it wins the eyeball calculation on how much a hassle it's going to be. Because sure, taking out a circular saw, plugging it in, putting on your earphone things, maybe if you're a sissy getting some eye protection, then having it turn on and be all loud for a second, it's a hassle, It's easier to just pick this thing up and go, saw. But here's the deal. Are you getting yourself into a bad deal here? Are you going to be like, oh, saw, and then be like, fuck, I still got to go get the circular saw because this is too much of a hassle. And now I put in all these saws that they were just wasted saws. So the circular saw is going to go right through it, So it's a tough question. Sawing questions, Should I try to use my arm? If you're wrong, you think you should try to use your arm, then you have to get out the power tool. You don't get any of those arm saws back, okay? You just used up 4 of your arms total allotted saws, and you will never get them back. You have to think about that when making the tough decision. Should I get out the circular saw? Or in general, what kind of saw should I use to saw this thing? Because the easiest thing to get out, obviously, is the thing that's already out. In other words, the thing that you see first. So if it's not that deep of a thing, right? Well, I see this first. It's right in front of me. So will this saw it? Is the first question. This is how to TE something that needs to be sawed. Oh, I don't know that I'll saw it. It seems a little wrong for it for some reason. Okay, I don't want to specify a reason. For a reason that'll soon be clear. Oh, well, maybe then I should try this saw. After all, it's not subject to the problems that prevented me from using saw number one. Now it becomes clear why I didn't articulate what the nature of those problems was. Because I couldn't think of a thing that I couldn't solve with that, but that I could solve with this. Right? But just because I can't think of one doesn't mean there's not one that exists. I can't think of that many things to solve because, I don't saw that many things. And I mean, I can think of things that you might possibly saw in everything in the world that's not a liquid or a gas, right? You might possibly saw it. That's not a good reason to start sawing everything. The fact that it has the capacity to be sawed. If everything that has the capacity to be sawed is on your shit list, your only friends are water and air. So back off with your saw extremism for a second here. You're getting my message all wrong. I don't think you've been listening to the thing I've been saying about saws, and that's what you've concluded. I'm trying to teach a serious class here, sir. Or madam. Anyway, I believe we were on saw number 2. So, assuming that saw number 2 is inadequate, probably because I have to use my arm with saw number 2, then you go to saw number 3. And the reason it's been demoted all the way to saw number 3 is because to get to it, I have to open those doors right there. In other words, I can't see it, therefore it's harder to get. And accordingly, has a lower priority in terms of saws, right? Now, we should revisit the question of saws and then ask ourselves, was a saw really what we needed in the first place? Maybe instead of a saw, we needed some form of knife, like this machete here. Knives are unserrated saws, okay? If you need a knife, what kind of knife? There's not a lot of things that if you're just trying to cut it, you need a knife this big for, right? This is more of a chopping knife to chop at plants with. It's a plant chopping knife. Anyway, on the other hand, this knife is a cutting knife, or like a cardboard cut-up knife. It's still a cutting knife. Because you could use it as a scraper too, like, you could use this kind of knife to scrape off the paint that you get on your window after you make your inevitable mistake. Which kind of knife do you need? Probably it's the kind of knife you don't have on hand, right? This is the problem with there being different kinds of things. It's like, can we just have saw and knife, please? I don't need to have all this variation of saws. It makes the whole question of, it should be a simple question. What do you need to do? I need to saw something into a vastly more complicated question, right? Same with knives. Just be one knife. Conceptually, that's all I need from you, okay? All this extra specificity is ISTJ stuff, ISTP as well, maybe a commonality there, yeah, possibly. But I don't need that level of detail about insignificant things like knives and saws, okay? Save on your budget there. Give me more detail in human beings and less in saws and knives. Because some human beings to me seem like you did a half-assed job of making them realistic, you know? Like that guy at the tobacco store in Arcadia, he was so, you could not, there was nobody, he was straight from The Sims, obviously NPC, guy who works at a tobacco shop, and seemed to go through this weird pattern of fake behaviors. Hi, boss, I just off phone with immigration, telling them about my green card or whatever. Like, who tells people about this when you walk into their store, right? I don't care what you were doing. You're already way more friendly than you need to be. I don't expect even a tiny fraction of the friendliness you're giving me here. Frankly, I don't want anywhere close to the amount of friendliness you're giving me. I'm just coming in here to buy another box of fucking whippets. But this guy could not have been a real human being. He had to have been some sort of scripted thing. It's unfathomable the way he behaved every time I went in there. He was always there. He was like always getting off the phone with someone, right? Like, hey boss, just got off the phone with Nah this time. Like, you don't have, they did not script your program with very many variations of I walk into the store, right? It's like, let's make him walk into the store unique and special by, instead of treating it as completely ordinary, having this small set of distinctions that go in a cycle. It just draws attention to the fact that it's extremely weird, right? I do not know what was going on with that guy. Whatever you imagine as the most insane real life example of an NPC, that's what this guy is that I'm talking about. If you went to experience, right down to like the weird clothes, you know, like weirdly colorful clothes that are sort of in an indistinct way supposed to convey colorful, colorful guy. Yeah, it was weird as hell. The fact that he was always there. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to his clothes, but he seemed to always have on either the same clothes or some variation of his simulated colorful guy outfit, you know? Like things mostly normal, except he's got on like, one day he's got on like rainbow leg warmers for no reason or whatever. He was a strange, I mean, I have no explanation for that guy. I also have no explanation whatsoever for this other apparently NPC person who seemed to come out of nowhere, approach us when we're going to the same tobacco shop, and insisted that he was related to the like Emperor of Korea. He was like a young guy, not that old, not looking like crazy or whatever. Pretty respectable looking, maybe looking like he had a rough weekend, like a bender or two, maybe possibly. But it was the strangest thing. Like, wait, who are you? Why are you telling me this? That you are. It seems really important that, like, he make an impact. He told his name multiple times. Like, my name is Meow Meow. Okay, my name is Meow Meow, and I'm whatever. He didn't seem mentally ill. He seemed like he felt like it was really important to convey a bunch of stuff to us. He knew he didn't have a lot of time for. We were going to get impatient and go inside, right? But it certainly felt at the time like he was sort of auditioning for something in which if we remember his name, he'll get used again or something. It had this crazy, like, what the fuck is going on feel to it because it was one of a number of things that seemed like fake piled onto each other, around each other, or whatever. And you start thinking, what the hell is happening? Who are these people? They cannot possibly be real human beings. Ignore my personal values, deliberate how I operate. How I feel, how bad it has nothing to do with what is true and necessarily fair. That's wonderful, Ruben. Those are some nice definitions of what is that definition of like, like brain, cool, and smart? Oh, you're probably defining TI actually. Fair enough. Fair enough. TI needs definition too, okay? Just like everybody else does, as Morrissey says. I have got to blow my snotty, snotty nose. Snotty, snotty nose. Meow, 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 meow. That's I think it's James Taylor's song. Snotty, snotty nose. It's called Starry, Starry Night. What time is it? 2:19? It's earlier than I thought it was, actually. A lot earlier. Like, I thought it was 2:19 a.m. tomorrow. So it was 24 hours off. That's how much earlier it is than I thought it was. I'm not waffling to myself. What am I waffling about? Was I actually waffling about something? Waffling implies going back and forth between a perspective decision, right? Or a position, I'm not sure what my position on this is. Or really, waffling more suggests this is my position. Now this is my position. Now this is my position. I can't decide. I'm waffling. I don't think I was waffling. Sometimes I waffle. If I genuinely can't decide. That's something. Was this one of those times? I can't recall. It may have been. So, it'd be premature, accordingly, come in for me to say, you were wrong to say that I was waffling. I may have been. I may even be waffling right now. But, then again, I may not be waffling. And it's important to remember that. But, look, if I'm waffling about something, I can tell you this much. It's something that you too should be waffling about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be waffling about it. I only waffle things that deserve waffling. Okay? You gotta really earn some waffling with your ambiguity before I'm gonna deign to waffle about you. I do not deign to waffle about you. No, decision. You don't rise to the level of waffling. About petty decision like you, I just be decisive. You aren't even in the ambiguity ballpark, mister. You want to get me to waffle, you're going to need to bring your A game where A stands for ambiguity. Okay? Then you'll see some waffling. Like, what's better, north or south? Oh, gosh. North. No, south. No, north. Wait. No. Oh. Can you come back to me on this one? Can you ask somebody else first, please? Oh, get back to me. I'll think about it. Which is better, north or south? I should have made that a test question back when I was a school teacher. Which is better, north or south? What a great question. I keep forgetting. I'm supposed to go in the garage, not out here. I'm too on button. I'm just gonna be loud, even if I think I'm being quiet. Well, I mean, it's hard to be quiet in a completely silent middle of the night in the forest, right? Whatever noises you're making are not going to blend in with like a cacophony of other sounds. So, I'm assuming other people's houses are also at least somewhat soundproof compared to, regular outside. I'm glad we're back to the topic of regular and irregular outside. These are important topics that we cover here. Because what I'm looking out for here when I'm doing YouTube is not so much what I think people want to see as what I want people to think to see, which is very different. What I want people to think they're seeing is that I'm outside. And I would make the argument that they should see that. Because obviously I'm outside if I'm smoking here. Outside is where one smokes, you know. So I'm glad we finally see eye to eye about all of this. And that's why, officer, I'm not smoking within 25 feet of a building. I'm smoking outside. What do you mean that's not inconsistent with 25 feet of a building? You mean all of the area within 25 feet of a building, all of that is outside? Well, I thought outside was a more sacrosanct place than that, sir. You're really trying to do, what you're really trying to do is tell me these 25 feet of outside now count as inside. What do you, respect inside and outside laws, people. You can't tell me, don't smoke. You can't smoke inside, you smoke outside. Okay, fine. And also, we get someone outside. Well, fuck you greedy land grabber and Putins. It's like, you already have all inside. You don't need parts of outside too. Just leave us outsiders outside. You go back inside. Those people, they just need to go back inside. That's what my message to them is. I said, if you go back inside, you won't know where I'm smoking within 10 feet of your door. You fuck. You inside lover. Go back and breathe your inside air. Inside lover. Yeah, outside for smoke. Get back inside if you want inside air. Those fucking people, I tell you, with their encroachment on the outside, they're as bad as a goddamn meteorologist trying to predict things, and so they're not making any predictions. You scoundrels. You outside land grabbers are the same kind of people as those meteorologists. It's just consumed by greed and hatred. It's the only explanation for your actions. You want to talk about completely unnecessary waffling / covering their ass. For fuck's sake, Weatherman, if you're wrong in your prediction, it's fine. Are you trying to find a fancy way of saying we're predicting it's going to be wetter this year, but that doesn't guarantee it will? It might be less wet because our predictions are, less reliable than predictions in other areas because weather's chaotic. Why don't you just tell us that, you know? Try to pretend you're not making a prediction. It wouldn't be a prediction. It couldn't be wrong. It would be a description. That's not the only time predictions are descriptions. You can describe things that already are, but you have to predict things that have yet to come. Obviously, your prediction might be wrong. That's what is implicit with predictions. You don't need to give it a special caveat. Hey, my prediction adheres to the universal law for all predictions. Well, obviously, otherwise it wouldn't be a prediction. And then try to pretend you're doing something with these words. Just fluff and evil, toxic smelling smoke. Maybe even poisonous smoke. It may not just be toxic smelling, it might actually be toxic. It's probably even worse than the outside land grabbers. Because at least their outside land grabbers are only going for like 25 feet in front outside of the door. At least they're still defining themselves by inside, you know, like we are defined by this door here. And basically we're claiming that some of your outsides are territorial waters. Alright, Japan, everything's your fucking territorial waters. Gotcha. Aha, alright, fine. You can have your territorial waters. Have them. You know, I'll stand 26 feet from your door. But I'll blow all the smoke towards your door. If you're going to be like that, then I'll be like that too. In this case, 2 wrongs do make a right. You get all the smoke you so richly deserve. Why don't you keep your face 25 feet from the door, you fuck? Then you wouldn't come in ever or go outside ever. You'd have to just stay whichever side you're on. I'm going to put a sign on you that says, my face must stay 25 feet away from a door. At all times. By order of the county sheriff. So if you're going to get in or out of a house or any other building, it's going to be through the window, you fuck. That's what you fucks deserve for your outside land grab. Anyway, I guess the point is, after more thought, they're equally evil. They're both maximize the evil scale, you know, worse than global extinction of everything. So they tie. I was operating under the wrong framework. I was assuming there was going to be a winner. How foolish I was to not anticipate that third possibility. Well, now that I'm back inside, which, as we've discussed, is distinct from outside by virtue of the fact that I can't smoke cigarettes in here. What I will do now that I'm back inside, is make the computer go again and make the TV go again. Because both of them got tired of waiting for me. You might have gotten tired of waiting for me too. But, well, this is more something you observe than something you engage in and with. Because once the net drugs reach a certain level, I no longer pay much attention to the chat. I find it distracts from my free-form genius. You wouldn't want to distract from my free-form genius, would you? You don't like shows. Well, then don't watch live streams when I'm on mushrooms, con man. You like that engagement better? There, I read your thing and explained to you the error of your ways again. You prefer that to me laughing and having a good time? Well, sure, maybe you don't want to watch a person without engaging with them. I get that. That's why I'm telling you right now, once the level of drugs reaches a certain point, this is not a normal live stream, right? I'm not interested in the chat because it's distracting me from my freeform genius. I get that not everybody has a palate for Eric's freeform genius. I'm not even sure, like say tomorrow, that were I to watch this again, that I'd have a palate for Eric's freeform genius. But probably I would. Tonight's genius seems pretty likely to survive this sobriety test. You know, in other words, what I found funny tonight, I'll probably still find funny tomorrow. But, hard to say. After all, you can't administer a proper sobriety test until you're properly sober. Don't like shows. I thought he was responding to me saying, this is more like a show. Something you observe and less like engagement. And so I said, well, okay, fine. You don't like the show version of TWF, just don't watch it last time. But really, I was reading the whole thing wrong. And now who has egg on his face? This guy. Well, fortunately, that's where I like to keep my eggs. I kind of reject the whole refrigerated eggs notion in favor of the idea that eggs should be kept at the same temperature that they were when their mother was sitting on them. So I approximated with 98.7 by keeping all of my eggs on my face. Just in case they still decide they want to hatch later on. Instead of being eaten as an omelet, you know. It's up to them that way. I feel less like I'm imposing on them when I give them the choice. Why do I constantly have to blow my nose, though? There are so many things I'd rather do with my nose than blow it. Like, I don't know, snort things with it, maybe. Smell a beautiful flower. Or just breathe through it without snot, you know. wonderful activity that my nose and I could enjoy. I keep encountering this twinge of concern cuts through my mushroom giddiness, which is like, I guess, concern for Rachel's medications need to be adjusted. Like, they're clearly not working anymore to put her to sleep, regardless of whether she's on Adderall or not. It's like, yes, she goes to sleep after taking her meds, right? But it's like 8 hours after taking them. I'm pretty sure that drugs that are supposed to make you go to sleep aren't supposed to make you go to sleep 8 hours after you take them, right? So I don't know what's going on there. I'm a little concerned about it. I'm looking forward to her talking with the doctor again next time about that. She's up right now. I don't know if she's listening to this or not, but good luck, Sarah. Good luck in your endeavor. Matt, hi. It might be the same thing Ruben's talking about. I'm not sure. Yeah, you don't need to even be typed by me at all. Come in. I'm sure Ruben could do just as good a job as I could. And in either confirming or eliminating INFJ is a possibility. Sure, it's not that challenging. It's like he's articulating a nice set of ordinated approaches. He'd probably do it more efficiently than I would. It's a lot easier in general. I'm not saying therefore this is why Ruben can do it, but it is a lot easier in general to eliminate certain possibilities than it is to affirm a specific possibility. So that's kind of like a universal law for something like this, right? And if you're doing things well, you don't affirm, you treat it like Sudoku. You don't say what number in the box it might be until you know for sure it's definitely yeah, right? Except in typology, it's obviously a little bit more of a intuitive dance than that, but the same fundamental principle applies. Until you know for sure which number goes in the box, you leave it unput any number in, right? Just leave it blank. You're still trying to figure out what number definitely goes in there. You're not trying to figure out what you don't need to figure out. You're not trying to intuit what you think might be the number that goes there. I bet it's an 8. Well, that's why you can't solve this Sudoku, my friend. It's because you bet wrong. It wasn't an 8 after all. It was the other possibility you were considering. The alternative to determining a person's type for the purpose of knowing objectively what type they are. The alternative to that is to use broad heuristics that you can apply to the things you want to and not apply to the things you don't want to. Things like INFP seek individual happiness, INFJ seek more universal things. Even if those statements are true, that's not useful in either typing anybody. It's contra useful in typing people because, unfortunately, if you're relying on self reporting, the more subjective a person is, the more likely they're to self report being highly objective because it's seen as preferable to subjectivity. And accordingly, they don't want to be the bad choice, but because they're subjective, they know what they want, not what they are. And they see describing themselves as an exercise in ontological construction slash defense, right? If, let's say, for example, if I'm an ENFP, I'll never have to defend myself again on the grounds that I'm not very creative. Well, of course, it doesn't actually work like that at all. If I'm an INFP, then my sort of self-esteem issues regarding my sensitivity and creativity will go away because now I'm an INFP, so they're definitionally creative and sensitive. Of course, unfortunately with typology, you're going to run across a problem. That's great for astrology, numerology, whatever stuff that you want to just interpret however you want to interpret it is fine. You're going to run into a problem with typology because typology is like what Ruben's saying. We have good tests that can allow us to definitively eliminate me as a possibility according to this reasoning with this test that's reliably established across multiple instances of testing. That's a very, very, very different kind of animal than, say, INFJs are universal and INFPs are creative, right? That may be descriptively true or whatever, but you can't use whatever accuracy it has to type yourself reliably because if you're a subjective type, you can't self-report accurately because you are self-reporting accurately what you want, not what you are. What you want to perceive yourself to be, not what you are. You're saying, look, I'm not going to play this bad game with words anymore, where I let words limit who I am. I let words tell me negative things about me. I refuse to play that game with words anymore. Words are going to serve my purpose. They're going to say good things about me. Well, that's a perfectly understandable perspective on the matter, right? But the problem is, the word that you think says good things about people is not a word that says good things about people. It's instead an either inaccurate or accurate label of a cognitive stack that plays out in various ways. There are horrible, like evil INFJs, good INFJs, just totally unmemorable, forgettable INFJs. There are geniuses, there are... That's the truth about INFJs, right? So, well, what's the similarity? The similarity is that they all have introverted intuition as a dominant function, extroverted feeling as a second function, and all the intentional implications following therefrom, which means they are, for example, TE polar and can be guaranteed to provide this kind of response and no better to certain kinds of TE questions. So what I'm getting at, Coman, is that your usage of typology is understandable, probably inevitable to some extent, but is trying to, from my perspective, put the cart before the horse. You're asking to have your own perceptions about yourself and certain qualities be indicative or credited to, or whatever, the fact that you're yeah type. Well, it doesn't work that way, right? It's like we should always try to understand a type best by their failures, their deficits, not by what's good about them, because then we contribute to subjectivists mislabeling themselves, right? We're not doing anyone a favor. INFJ can self-report, in my opinion. But Coman, your opinion about what INFJs are is entirely predicated on your belief that you are an INFJ. And that, accordingly, the varying qualities that you attribute to yourself are representative of your type. So my point is, unless there's some external validation point, right? That's just circular reasoning. And what I'm saying is, what typology offers you is something a lot more definitive. It'll tell you yes or no about your type than the mushy interpretive stuff. But you're seeming to be, in my opinion, my read of it, very hesitant about getting that definitive answer, right? Or about there being a definitive answer, or about the idea that the answer might be best attained by something that might tell you something that you don't want to know or hear, right? It might disagree with your self-perception. So those things are not consistent with INFJ. Like, for example, INFJ is likely to be the opposite, much more likely to be the opposite of you. To genuinely not know what they are, be easily enough influenced by this person or that person to believing they're a different type, you know? Because they lack those subjectivities. They don't have clarity about what they want to be, you know? And certainly they don't answer questions with that conscious awareness informing how those questions are answered. So it's like, if I ask an INFJ, well, let me give you this question here, this kind of questions here. She said, well, I just should say afterwards, you know, like after she answers it or whatever, I should mention that I've watched about 4 of your videos where you do those kind of questions before, so that may have impacted my results. I'm not sure if you should consider that accurate or not. They provide caveats like that throughout. Like, They actually want to not have any of their subjectivity impact your decision making. What they most want is to have what they want not considered at all. But, I've heard a variety of things from you come now. Some of them are consistent with INFJ, and some of them are inconsistent with INFJ. When I point out the ones that are inconsistent, you just move on from them as though the inconsistency hadn't been pointed out or didn't matter. That's very inconsistent with INFJs. That's not how I would expect an INFJ to respond to me pointing out, well, that's not consistent with an INFJ. I would expect me to say that, my saying that in a real INFJ to make them doubt whether they're an INFJ to some extent. Because after all, they're FE tool, FI countervalued, they've got super unconscious SI, they're distant from knowing who they are. And they're not sticky to it, I mean, they may know definitively, oh, I know I'm an INFJ, but then in that case, they'd know as well, for sure, that they'd know how to, well, put it this way, no matter how much they know they're an INFJ, they're not going to say they are very often. Most likely. Now, the thing is, obviously, as I've said many times before, I can't type somebody without typing somebody. But I can tell you what things are inconsistent with INFJ, and that a lot of stuff here is not indicative of INFJ. And I can tell you, I can offer you much better than that. We can determine it once and for all for sure. So that's all I can tell you. Lord, I don't want to negate in you any of the positive qualities that you think INFJs have. You have all those positive qualities, right? I'm not trying to say you don't have all the good things you think an INFJ is. You have them all. Okay? You just have labels and realities, in this instance, backwards. In other instances, it works the way you think it does, but not in this instance. I saw your comment on the 8 Pillars video. I genuinely felt I don't know, like you and I are speaking entirely different languages or something. Like you said, I don't understand this without asking a lot more questions than I know. But the 8 Pillars video is as holistic and simplified a version of the thing, of concepts that can be rendered, basically. It's one of my finest moments in terms of NI. You don't have, as far as I can tell, questions that are like, I understand what's being said, now I have follow-up questions. I think you're like, in order to understand what's being said, I need these questions answered. But what's said there is as answery as it can possibly be unless you have follow-up questions. It's as NI as it can be, you know? So I really felt that moment like, he and I are somehow speaking such an entirely different language that even when he tells me he doesn't understand something, I don't understand what he means. Right? Like, I don't understand how you don't understand things. And I have no problem with understanding that people don't understand things. I say, well, I need to come up with better explanations, more lean explanations, tight explanations, fewer big words, more clear concepts, etc. That's as good as it can be done in that video, right? If if you do understand it and have follow-up questions, fantastic, understandable. If you need to have questions answered to understand that, then I don't know. I can't conceive of how, like, you and I are in such different frames of reference that we don't mean the same thing when we say the word understand, for example. I don't understand you. I don't understand you. I just don't understand you. That's a They Might Be Giants song. It's very applicable to our relationship, Con Man. I don't understand you. I don't understand you. I just don't understand you. I don't understand a thing you say. I can't understand a single word. There's the lyrics of the song. And it's exactly the right song for me to sing to you, Come Man. I do not understand you. I can't understand a single thing you say. I don't understand a single word. How did the Mighty Giants predict into the future my relationship with Conan? Wow. I'm impressed with their intuition. Unless maybe, just maybe, it's my intuition going to link where there actually is none. Some, fringe theorists might posit that, but we all know better. We all know. And they predicted that long ago. Unlike those goddamn meteorologists who don't know a prediction from a description. Boy, I hope you're all as steamed the meteorologists as I am. Because all that steam will create clouds, hence more precipitation. And who doesn't love that in the state of California? Only Nevadans and Arizonans who were spitefully hoping for California to be covered with not water, they're under the misapprehension that if we get more rain, they necessarily get less rain. They don't understand that rain's not zero sum like that. So what I recommend in my bill here at the state legislature is to allocate $20 million taxpayer dollars to educating people about the fact that rain is not zero sum. In fact, Arizona and Nevada, if we get rain, you're probably more likely to get rain just a couple days later. Duh, Arizona and Nevada. God, how do these states get so dumb? They don't even understand how rain works. I was like, geez, Nevada. Geez, Arizona. What are you gonna think next? That wind comes from angering the ancestors? That's where wind comes from. Oh, it's windy today. I guess I must have pissed off dead grandma somehow. Because, whenever she was angry, it seemed to correlate with windy days. So, ergo, now when it's windy, I've determined that it is caused by my dead grandmother's anger. it's it's a sound explanation. It's an explanation that makes predictions that I can test, falsify, validate. It's the kind of prediction like that. The kind of explanation that resolves fundamental questions forever. Why is it windy? Well, because your ancestors are mad. Why is it windy today, though? Yesterday was calm, today it's windy. What made them so mad? You tell me what you did. You obviously did something to piss them off. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this windy. Okay. Well, did I please them yesterday when it was calm? No, calm doesn't mean they're pleased. It just means they're not angry. You can't conclude anything about their state beyond the absence of anger. Well, that's awfully illogical of you for this ridiculous explanation you have. Nevertheless, it is as I have stated. Okay, well, I concede that point. I concede that one. But I still am not sure that you got the right explanation for why it's windy. Because, for example, what if our ancestors are in disagreement in their mood? Like, what happens if some of the ancestors are pleased, but other ancestors are angry? Obviously, light wins. Okay, all right, you got me there. All right. Well, okay. What about for other people who are away from us? If our winds reach them, is it still our ancestors' anger? Or do our winds only reach them when their ancestors are also angry? Scientists are still debating that point. We don't have a definitive answer on that yet. But that's not a reason to doubt that our ancestors caused wind. Again, you are doing a remarkable job of defeating me at every turn here. Primitive explainer. I'm surprised at your efficacy. How did this primitive explainer guy get such good skills? I mean, I thought this would be easier than it is. All right. Well, I guess the bottom line is we can't determine right now how localized winds are, right? So, how do I establish that our dead ancestors being mad doesn't cause the wind? um, okay, well, as the generations pass, why isn't it the case that eventually there's enough ancestors that some of them are always a little bit mad at least, and so there's not always at least a little bit of wind? Because now we've got I don't know how many generations of dead ancestors. Well, we should have no still days at all, right? Actually, if you consider the possibility that an ancestor's anger's effect on the weather diminishes with time, essentially grandfathering out some of the grandfathers after they stretch back in history, then we have a workable number of ancestors such that their moods do accurately explain still days and the fact that most days do have a little bit of wind, because there are a lot of ancestors who qualify and some of them usually are angry. You know what? Maybe our ancestors do cause wind. You're beginning to convince me of this. I think ancestor anger may be the actual cause of wind. I did not expect to be convinced by you, sir. But you make a compelling case. So now, not only do I no longer think that you failed to make the case that our ancestors' anger causes wind, I additionally believe, without good justification, you have successfully made the case that our ancestors' emotions cause wind. It's obviously a whole different set of burdens, so good for you. I've fiated that you met a bunch of burdens that you previously hadn't met, so congratulations. And that's how we learned where wind comes from. See, you don't need to look outside or feel the wind. Just do thought experiments, like I just did. You can tell conclusively, definitively, that wind comes from angry ancestors. And that the reason the winds are sometimes very blowy and sometimes not blowing at all is because the ancestors' moods change over time. Sometimes they're very angry at what we're doing. Sometimes they're not at all angry at what we're doing. All I'm saying is the statistical coincidences are more compelling than the link between airborne lead and violent crime. Substantially more compelling. Do you know that just one angered ancestor can increase wind speed by as much as 8 knots. Remember, when you piss off your ancestor, the wind blows for all of us. It should be a public service announcement. You might think you're only angering your ancestor, but your neighbors think you're angering them with all this wind. Maybe you're our ancestor, but it's all of our heir. Committee for a Still Day. The public service announcement put out by the Committee for a Still Day. Mission statement is very straightforward. It just says, to prevent wind. The Committee for a Still Day's mission statement. 3 simple words. To prevent wind. In case it wasn't clear from the name of our committee, the Committee for a Still Day, our mission is to prevent wind. Okay? Obviously. Why, like, what are you imagining, like, a committee that's in favor of being like, it's still day? No, obviously we don't mean it like that. Duh. We don't like wind. You shouldn't either. What, you know what one of the number one causes of chapping is? Wind and other things, but mostly wind. You know what the number one cause of chapping is? Wind and other things, and mostly wind. It's a great answer to the question. Do you know what the number one cause of chapping is? Wind and other things, and mostly wind. I'm pretty sure the number one cause of something can't also be mostly something. You know. But I could conceive of a world where, like, what's the number one song this month? Well, it was mostly Safety Dance, but later in the month, it was overtaken by Come On Eileen. Okay, fine. Fine. You can mostly be number one, I guess. I'm mostly number one, but a good portion of me, admittedly, is number two. Even the number one part is like, well, what's so great about being urine? That it's better than being poo? That's really its only selling point. At least I'm not poo. I wish you were poo. I'm feeling constipated. But then again, if poo were coming out of my dick, I'd have much bigger problems. Fortunately, on a gross note, we pee out of the thing we hump girls with. On on a consolatory note, we don't poop out of it. So, you know, you gotta be a glass half full, glass half empty kind of person, right? Is the glass half empty because the thing I want to put in your mouth is also the thing I pee out of? Or is the glass half full? At least I don't poop out of it. These are the questions women around the world have to answer for themselves every day. Well, do I really want that in my mouth? He pees out of it. I guess he doesn't poop out of it. It's better than it to be pooped out of it. Rather this than eat ass, Okay. This is the difficult equation. It's actually not that difficult an equation, right? Very simple equation that women around the world do every day in their little book of math called life. Unvarnished truth from the lips of Eric. Actually, I started out kind of like it. No. First I was like gagging constantly, like, oh my god, how do you expect me to do this? Well, then I got kind of used to it. It wasn't so well. And now, weirdly, it's like I kind of like it. This is called every woman's progression through life. More unvarnished truth by Eric. Okay, granted, not every woman. Hashtag not every woman. It's presented as such for humorous effect, okay? I'm not trying to actually say those things are universally the case. I am positioning them as such for hyperbole in order to maximize humorous impact. Or at least, hopefully, to maximize humorous impact. You never know with humor, you could misfire and end up your buff turn out to be a debuff, to use gamer terminology. Well, obviously, a lot more art than science there. You know what they say about art? Art, fart. That's what they said in Toy Story, anyway, about it. I believe they said that primarily because the two words rhymed, secondarily because their young audience would likely find inclusion of farts to be funny. And I thought, hey, if we time it right, context it right, it won't make the adults cringe too hard. Let's go for it. It's a kid's movie after all. Let's do it. And they did it. They did that in Toy Story 2, I think. Maybe 1. I don't remember which one it was. It was the one with, no, it was the one with the, I don't remember which one it was. think it was Toy Story. I didn't even know if I have the right movie franchise anymore. Now I'm really beginning to doubt myself. Maybe instead of Toy Story, it was some Toy Story ish knockoff. Like, ooh, I don't know. Like the Gremlins or something. I've never. I, this the Gremlins that I'm imagining is not the old movie, The Gremlins. It's a knockoff instead. It's exemplifying a, a kind of show, right? Like it's like the show opens with one of them singing, "Hey, hey, we're the Gremlins." And people say, "Gremlin around." Oh my! I'm getting a little bit off track here. I'm not sure what we're comparing the Gremlins against anymore. I have no idea where this is going, where we started. So we're just gonna have to call this one a train wreck. Happens sometimes. You just lose track of everything that's going on. And just well, I keep waiting for me to remember where I am exactly here, what's going on. I have to call it a lost cause at this point. No point in further stalling. Just happens sometimes. Usually, if I can artfully stall a little bit, it'll come to me, whatever the thing is. Not this time. This time, dancing that dance of daring do resulted in me falling to my death, thinking I could defeat gravity, prancing high above on my single wire, traversing a canyon, plummeting thousands of feet. Well, maybe I can do that most of the time. The problem is, you run the risk of the one time you can't do it. Then what happens? You plummet to your death. And that's what just happened to me. Except the problem with this analogy, of course, is that in the canyon analog, that's the last time he ever gets to walk across the wire. When I plummet to my death, well, as you think you're looking at my body, you realize, oh, I'm actually listening to Eric as he's walking across that line up there again. Ta-da! You see how that works? It's called the magic of tightroping. I mean, it's not a great name for it. I'm not saying they gave it a great name. Magic of tightroping. I would have given it a different name, obviously. But that's what they call it. The magic of tightroping. So I'm not, who am I to call it by a name other than what it's called, you know? And that, friends, right there is both an excellent demonstration of, hopefully instructional about, and obviously an instance of tightroping. Sometimes, a lot of times maybe, you can't tell if you're still on the tightrope or plummeting already to your death. This is one of those times. There's nothing tightropey at all about me live streaming. because it's the most familiar-ish stretch of sidewalk, a flat sidewalk I could ever imagine walking. So, my whole analogy is just a big fat lie, I guess is what I'm getting at. There is no tightrope, there is no canyon. Just a sad old man saying words in a room. Hold on a second, I'm not sad. Okay, then fine. Just an old man saying words in a room. Wow, aren't you a negative Nancy? I'm a middle aged man and I'm offering profound insights through the medium of words. Let's describe it a little more fancy than me just saying things, okay? Anybody can just say things. I'm doing something much more significant than that. I wonder if Rachel's okay up there. I don't think she's listening to this. She's sounds like she's very much awake. I wonder if Eric would do well in solitary confinement. If he had shrooms, it'd be okay. I mean, the thing is, if I weren't live streaming right now, I wouldn't be having this wonderful conversation. It's just me monologuing, right? Because there wouldn't be people here to hear it. I'd be doing something else, like maybe videoing myself to, it's like if I record myself in a video and upload a video, obviously there's no reasonable expectation that somebody can interface with that because it's impossible based on the definition of the medium, right? Like an uploaded long form video is non interactive fundamentally. A live stream is supposed to have at least some degree of interactivity. Normally, my live streams are probably as maximally interactive as you can get, which is I typically read every comment out loud and respond to it. Now, there's probably plenty of people who are also maximally engaging. All they have to do is read every comment and respond to it, right? But in this instance, I'm not totally unresponsive. In fact, you'll notice that the only people I have responded to are you. Because you say provocative stuff that makes me respond to you. Not through an occasional moment of understated brilliance, but through a steady patter of nonsense. I don't know why I'm feeling worried about you right now. I mean, I have, I guess, a variety of possible reasons why I might be worried about you, but I'm not sure really why I'm worried about you specifically. But I've noted on multiple occasions during my happy mushroom trip that this creeping in of concern for Rachel. Like maybe Rachel's not happy, about something, or I don't know. Like I don't feel like it's you think that I did something. Rather, maybe like something's bothering you and you're telling me about or something. Not saying like you did bad, but like something like, oh, my sister said this thing that was really hurtful, actually, or I think, or you wouldn't put it that way, but my sister said this thing, and I know it's super selfish of me to have an emotion about it, but I have an emotion about it. That's what you'd say to me. And I said, that is so unbelievably selfish of you. You are not to have your own emotions, right? You need to have the emotions that others expect you to have right now, young lady. You selfish, horrible woman. How dare you have a feeling other than happiness about something? I can't. Where does this woman get off having feelings other than happy? Did the spanner by name mean something? What's the spanner by name? I don't know what that is. Eric should make special magic pizzas. Eric's not making any pizza right now. These hands are off duty. Right? They hung up their pizza making ways at the end of the workday. They said, for the rest of today, other hands are going to make me into pizzas. Because that's how my hands roll. They're either making pizzas or they're being made into pizzas. It's how they like to relax, you know? To each his own, you know? My hands like to be made into pizzas during their off hours. It's not like I ain't gonna tell them what to do. It's their off hours, right? Obviously, I can't be expecting them to function as hands during their time off. It's their free time. So, they want to spend it being made into pizzas. More power to them. I'm not that old fashioned. I'm not gonna judge. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, I'm not homophobic, so I guess that means I suck some dick. You know, that kind of reasoning. I shame you and your sixth slot. That's how Ruben likes it. It's a common statement from him during sex. Shame me in my sixth slot. The thing is, it's a tongue twister, you know. It's not that common for a man to enjoy introducing that tongue twister into the bedroom, you know. It's an unusual fetish. Well, basically, when we was having sex, and you know, we were listening with one of those stethoscopes to the ceiling. He's basically talking about corned beef the whole time. I wonder if I should turn this back on. It seems like it's getting a little. The part out of the water was getting a little crusty looking. Let me just turn it back on. But to what temperature? Off, high, low, or warm? Put it on low. Let it go for a while. I feel pretty confident that I'm creating more of a pattern is representative of an actual problem, but I really don't like this display of recent fuck ups, like including getting the time on my doctor's appointment wrong, even though I had it right on the calendar. Just, I mean, I can kind of chalk that one up to, well, you're gonna want to remember 1:45 is 2, like 1:45 is not a natural time for an appointment to start, really. So maybe I misremembered because of that. Um, and then the second thing that I wanted to highlight as an example of something that concerned me, where and not putting in the fucking death certificate into that envelope, and mailing it out, and not realizing for a full day that, oh, shit, I didn't put the fucking death certificate in. Those kind of oversights are like kind of big deals. Bothersome to me because they're inconsistent with my normal expectations of, well, because they violate the prime directive, right? My expectations were proved starkly false with something I thought I knew rather than was undetermined, right? And in the first case, I thought I knew it was at 2, it was actually at 1:45. And in the second case, I thought I knew that I had everything in the envelope that I needed to have in the envelope, and then later determined that actually was missing one of the things that they said to include. I can kind of chalk up the various things. I guess what I'm getting at here is that probably the reason why these things bother me so much is because they represent um, violations of the prime directive in my weaker epistemology. Like, if it were, my expectations were wrong in terms of me understanding them as expectations and they're wrong, then a variety of bad emotions happen, but it doesn't disturb me, right? If what I think I know is wrong, in other words, uh, I wasn't even considering the possibility that I might be late to this doctor's appointment until I was already 10 minutes late and going into it, and then something comes up in front of my face that makes it obvious that, oh shit, this was at 1:45, not at 2, right? So I think that's a perfectly good explanation for why it's so distressing or disturbing or whatever. Obviously, I have fears of like dementia. I've seen what happened to my mom. Um, I have excellent metacognition and also objective about it. So I can recognize that like those things are unusual for me, objectively so. But I also have to acknowledge that my objectivity in this area is iffy at best because there's a lot of fear, and fear can impact your objectivity against your will in ways that say what you want can't, right? So I don't know. At least for me, I guess that's a good way of talking about 7. something first in your prototype or whatever. Just say that I just said. Like, I get that I can't quite recall shit right now. Like, I've been up. I'm operating at like 70% capacity, maybe. So, not being able to remember where I was going with this is completely consistent with every other time I've been, you know, been rolling kind of hard for a few days. It's normal. Nevertheless, I guess I'm probably a lot more attentive to those kind of things now. Note, make note of instances of them and worry about what they might mean, since obviously, since my mom, I forgot to mention, died. So I'm accordingly both more likely to make a mountain out of a molehill and more likely to deny legitimate concerns and whistle in the dark and hope that it's not, you know? So it makes it kind of a tricky matter for me to even begin to think about. But I'd be lying if I said two, those two things specifically didn't make me worry. You just have to put some distance between now and those two things and see if there's some sort of growing pattern of that kind of shit happening. It's like I don't mind being absent-minded about like okay, I left my glasses at home before I went to yeah, whatever. You know, that's normal Eric shit. It's super annoying. Like, oh my god, Eric, how could you leave something so important as our glasses? True, you don't technically need them because you have Rachel with you and she can read things you can't read, or you could, in theory, get your phone out and like, look at it big or whatever. But, oh, like, here, let me spend the next number of hours incapacitated for certain kinds of tasks. How annoying. But I don't, it doesn't make me question my, like, do I have Alzheimer's disease? No, that's just straight up normal all the time, Eric nonsense. But, like, shit, like, knowing it was a two, but having confirmed, I see in the text, I confirmed for 1:45. I see on the calendar, I put it on the calendar at 1:45. And yet, I'm completely certain it's at 2 o'clock for some reason. That is not characteristic for me. Um, of course, the other thing is, it's like all of a sudden I feel like I got a lot more stuff going on in my mind than I have for the last stretch of time. And that's going to push out a certain amount of attention that might have otherwise been directed to SI keeping track of shit or whatever. So, I don't know. I'm just musing about my worries pointlessly, probably, because after all, I can come up with reasonable enough explanations for why I might have made those uncharacteristic mistakes. You know? Yeah, it went fine. The thing is, I went on second, like, it gets more crowded over the course of the evening, so there weren't that many people there. And of course, I followed some whatever guy. But the thing about For me, I treated this one as kind of like a scrimmage. Just check out the place, see see what the scene is, play kind of my default idea for a set, or learn something like if I'm gonna play White Boy, don't preface it with a disclaimer about how it's a racist song, but it doesn't represent your politics, blah, 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 my explanation. This is very TI tool of me. A poor decision. Um, just poisoned the well against the song for no reason whatsoever, because if I just sang the song and said this is a Merle Haggard song, nobody could have understood the words well enough to have any fucking problem with it anyway. The speed I was going, you know? It's like I I think this is a perfect example of FE stupid TI smart, right? It's a good idea for me to issue this disclaimer before playing the song to declare to everybody that yes, it's racist to some extent at least, but don't worry, that's not my politics. And therefore, we should all just appreciate what a great song it is. That is T.I. Smart being complete dumbass, right? It's just, how dumb could I possibly be? Oh, I failed to score any points tonight on my FE scorecard function. I learned a valuable lesson, though. Not the rest of the world is not my talking with famous people audience. They don't have context to understand my way of being and doing things. And they're using words to mean things that they use words to mean, like normal people. They don't get that when I say this song's racist, I mean, it's racist because of a specific line in it, which is, I don't want no handout living. I don't want any part of anything they're given. I'm proud and white, and I got a song to sing, right? The problem with this line is the clear inference that one should make from it is that people who aren't proud and white want free handouts. So that's obviously racist. And the idea that white people don't want handouts is also racist and also very wrong. Just factually wrong. The fact is, everybody wants handouts. That's why we shouldn't give them. Because there's endless takers, right? For handouts, there's endless takers. Let me try to say, oh, look, hey, everybody, this is a handout, but only if you need it. So now, let me see your tax returns. Sir, you are not good at handing shit out. All right? To demand to see my tax returns before you hand me something makes you extremely poor at handing things out. That's the problem with handouts, you see. It's because the people handing things out have a tendency to demand to see your tax returns. Ergo, interfering, they're not good at handing things out because they're constantly interfering with the process of handing things out with unnecessary extra steps. Look, you have a thing in your hand and you hand it out to my hand, all right? We don't need any intermediate steps. Just, if you're handing it out, put it in my hand. People with their half handouts, like, well, I'm gonna have a handout, but not to you, just to you. Oh, well, what is this? You might as well just say, I'm giving my friend money. No, but they're not my friends. They're strangers just like you. Well, then why do they get it and I don't get it? Because they need it. According to whom? I mean, I claim I need it as much as they claim they need it, but I've determined they really need it. Based on what? They're poor. How do you know? I looked at their tax returns. Well, what if they have a bunch of undeclared income? Is that about that? If they have a bunch of undeclared income, you're going to be a lot richer than me because they're not going to have to pay fucking taxes on it. Is that about that? Right. Yeah, you put that quote before, son man. That's what you call. I mean, what kind of an argument is that? So, is what that argument saying, is that logically correct? Or by asking that question, am I missing the point? Well, the thing is, there are points to be made that aren't deductive, that we cannot deduce from things, that are holistic, right? And there are other things that are deductive and we can deduce from things. There are still other things that we have to interface with. In other words, like fixing the refrigerator is not really deductive. It's not really, you know, mushy and subjective. It's interfacey, right? You gotta check to see what that thing looks like. Does that look like if it's burnt out or what? You know, that kind of a process. So the thing is, what it may be the case that there are some individuals who, I mean, it definitely is the case that almost all individuals intellectually, abstractly, over prioritize their own preferred cognitive functions in their understanding of the world, right? Like, so if you, I mean, I'm not over logicizing, I'm explaining things with a combination of intuition, examples, right? What I'm saying withstands logical scrutiny, but that's just, um, it's like you're saying Eric talking all about how he didn't he didn't commit a foul before leaving the starting line. No, I'm not talking about how I didn't commit a foul before leaving the starting line. That's why this race is ongoing. Now, what I am talking about is not that this meets the minimum criterion, that it's not logically fallacious, but rather the content of what I'm saying, right? Which is intuitively something and is being explained with a succession of examples, analogies, repetition of previous examples and analogies, uh, sometimes straight up mechanical descriptions, etc., right? I'm not using really very much logic at all. If I were, sometimes I do, but the logical parts sound like this. Because this isn't that, and that isn't meh, then therefore meh, right? Those are the logical parts. But what I'm doing right now is not, I'm not doing logical stuff. I'm explaining what's intuitively, I'm explaining ideas that you need to use your intuition to understand as meaningful about experience, not see them as part of your experience and therefore reflective on you. I'm trying to do my best to explain in ways that are as neutral as I possibly can, right? I don't I get that the world is full of ontologically assaultive language that I am often guilty of using to describe the ways that people are different from one another. You know, you might call somebody emotionally retarded, right? Well, you're basically saying they're either FI polar or FE polar. Probably you mean they're FE polar because you don't mean they don't care enough about people usually. You mean they're awkward in some way. So that's just an example. The point is I don't want to use any kind of I would like to minimize and ideally eliminate entirely that kind of ontologically assaultive language from how I talk about cognitive functions, people, etc. So I'm trying to describe the various differences between things such that that none of them is more attractive to you than any other. Okay? That's my goal. To provide an accurate and normatively neutral description of functions, how they play out in the world, with staying as far away as possible from loaded terms that have positive or negative connotations. Then, if I were to endeavor to do type descriptions, I would, as I previously said, endeavor to do type descriptions entirely based on the deficits and bad things that one can observe about the type, and not at all anything positive, so that nobody gets to want to be any type. So the thing is, a good thinking is a combination ultimately, not just of, it's a lot of things, right? It includes a certain amount of SI. Maybe it's an amount of SI that even Polar can attain, right? The ability to provide some concrete examples to illustrate a point. And good thinking requires one to occasionally at least require of somebody else that they provide an example in order to substantiate a general rule they're trying to establish, right? Um, those things don't link to GI logic; they link to SI kind of um, due diligence stuff, right? Our intuition is great, and maybe if we lived life according to general rules and we had to choose, we'd all prefer to have intuition as instrumental and effective and introverted as Rubens. And then we say, hey, since I'm living life as general rules, I choose to use this over the alternative. However, it is necessarily the case that our lives comprise a bunch of specific situations, and only some of those are going to adhere to the general rule. So, in an ideal world, and in the actual world we live in, we have some access to our polar function, even if our tool function is ni, we can still have some access to si. You know, heads up, it's gonna be a one-way combo. A heads up, it's gonna be a one-way combo. ISFP, a make good artist, don't you think? I don't know. I know one ISFP though, and she's a pretty good visual artist, but not a very good musical one. So, guess just goes to show you, because same's true for her ISFJ son. I mean, husband. I mean, boyfriend, or whatever they are. Common law spouses, as you call them. I was here earlier and came back from work. Eric is less mushy now, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. No doubt, were to measure things on this scale, I would say I'm tripping less than I was before. I would be able to conclude that without evaluating my own head, simply based on the time. 4:07. I couldn't have eaten those things any later than midnight. So, obviously, 4 hours in, you're going to be coming down, but he takes everything said literally, then gets annoyed if he doesn't think it's 100% correct. Okay, well, fair enough critique. Except I would change the word literally to I take people's words at face value, right? I don't read into what people are saying, things they might be meaning, because I might intuit that, but I can't establish that. If I make that claim, even if I'm right, they deny it, they're going to win the argument. So, why would you go ahead and set yourself up to the walls? Thinks somebody like me, but obviously reality doesn't work like my frame of reference seems it does. You know, it's silly, but it's like, it's so silly that sometimes I can't even believe the things I correct myself on. Like, Eric, nobody gives a fuck that when the other day when you said, technically that wasn't true because, oh my God. What am I doing with my time and attention? I get it, right? Okay, you're keeping track of things because you're SI and you're objective to your TI, but for fuck's sake, dude, chill the fuck out. You know how that goes. When you tell yourself to chill out 99% of the time, there's going to be a specific kind of chilling, namely chilling the fuck out. So, it was I discovered that when I'm telling myself to chill out, almost always I am telling myself to chill the fuck out. Occasionally I'll tell myself to chill the fudge out. Still less frequently. Never. I won't go down that path of jokes. I'll save you all the suffering. A couple of you that are here. I will not pursue that line of joking. It's like reasoning but for jokes. Jokey ending. Reasoning for jokes. Logic of humor. Does that have a logic to it? Like, we got all these various logics, like biologic for living things, autologic, logic of the self, mythologic, meaning understanding things through holistic stuff, basically archetypes, whatever, that kind of, the logic of storytelling and archetypes. You got ontological, the logic of being. A lot of different logicals. Is there a word for logic of funniness? Comediological, For there to be a word that actually refers to something, we need to be able to articulate how the logics of comedy are distinct from other logics. It doesn't need to be comprehensive. In other words, the logic we present doesn't have to adequately explain all of comedy. It just needs to illustrate how the logic is distinct from other logics. And then we can concede that comedy does have its own logic. The basic principle of a single example is sufficient always to prove existentiality of a set, right? A single example of an egg proves a set of eggs. That set may only have one member, but it's established by a single instance, right? A single instance of anything conceptually establishes a set in which there are multiple instances of it possible, maybe not extant, right? So, I'm not sure where I was going with that. But the point is, man, stop thinking what you think about what I'm saying and start writing it down and studying it until you understand it. Stop saying, oh, I get what we're doing here. Eric's giving his opinion. I'm giving my opinion. No. I'm explaining this correctly, and you are trying to make mud out of my explanations. Some of the time I find that more distressing than others, but consistently I will give you full credit for being able to provoke a response from me, even with statements that you don't want to provoke a response from me with. So that's not nothing, right? That's a powerful skill because obviously, who have I been responding to this whole time? I've been just talking to myself, or I've been responding to Cone Man. We're the only two people I've been paying attention to. I remember earlier I asked a question, hey, Rachel, are you okay and everything? Nothing bothering you? And then I forgot to pay attention and check for an answer. Okay? Why? Because I've been paying attention to Cone Man. So don't underrate your own power to provoke me. It's impressive that you provoke me with even the most innocuous, well intentioned, purpose from your perspective as non provocational statements, you will somehow manage to provoke me. That is an astonishing power you have. And my intuition says that power is called extroverted sensing. I can remember in debate class, this one ESTP, not that I'm saying I think you're an ESTP, but who was infuriatingly good at getting me, derailing my explanation with answering questions that got me off on this direction, that direction. He's infuriatingly good at it. And man, that guy fucking Alan. Alan drove me fucking crazy. Well, I mean, he stopped driving me crazy quickly enough. I made him go sit outside most of the time. Like, you cannot even be in here. You were just nothing but disruption. You're purportedly, you're question theater, right? Like, to a third party, the question's going to seem, and maybe even fool me, maybe the first couple of times, the question's going to seem like a perfectly legitimate question about material they don't understand, but it's actually designed to get you sidetracked from wherever it is you're going because they're just bored and they want to watch you bark like a monkey. I don't think Cone Man's doing that at all. That kid was, yeah, I had to concede this. He was smart, but he was a little amoral, The thing is, obviously, I can't allow his whatever to make it more likely that we're going to lose. That ultimately, it was just the thing is in debate, it's no brainer. Like in regular school, some kids acting up, well, what are you gonna do? Well, go sit in the hall. Well, what are you gonna do? Like, go sit in the hall every day? I'm supposed to be in this English class, right? In debate, I just been like, you get out of here and you stay out of here. You can come back and be non-disruptive at all. Let's say nothing. That's fine. You could sit in here. Or alternately, you can sit outside and get admin to explain it to you later. Okay? Those are your two fucking choices. Because every other expression of you makes us lose. Your parents want to pay money for you to sit out in the fucking hallway because you can't fucking keep your mouth shut, then fine, I'll take it. But you can inform them that Edmund is your teacher. That's how it went with Alan. And in fact, Edmund was his teacher. Edmund was an INTP, and he learned everything that needed to be learned. Alan thought what needed to happen was I just needed to tell them the single best argument for them to use and not have to go into all these other contingencies or whatever. Well, it just tells the best ones. Ellen, shut the fuck up. Because you're not necessarily going to encounter the best ones. And the best ones, what that means Yeah, yes, there are best ones, but that needs to be qualified with all this explanation that I'm trying to teach Edmund right now, which hopefully he will adequately teach to you later. So shut the fuck up and get out of here. That's how I went with Edmund, including all the F bombs. In fact, I was much probably harsher then than I am now, reenacting it. Because I was in the heat of trying to win shit. It's not easy to win zero-sum competitions if you're not serious about it, right? You got to be like, no, we need to win. Losing is unacceptable. Otherwise, you will not win. If you don't have that drive, at a certain point, I lost the drive. My, but I gotta say, Jeffrey still did really. I can't believe Jeffrey's gone on to do amazing things in debate. I cannot believe his partner and him just won Peninsula. They won the Peninsula Invitational this past weekend. Impressive shit, right? That's not you're non-debate people. They don't know anything about Peninsula, but it's if not the top policy debate school in the country, it's top five for sure, indisputably. And that's a lot of fucking debaters nationwide, right? Absolute cream of the crop. Now that doesn't mean that their invitational is as good as say Berkeley or Harvard or whatever, but um, it does mean that to win the Peninsula Invitational, you have to go through Peninsula, which means the same kids who are going to be in semifinals or finals at Berkeley and Harvard, at least quarters maybe, Peninsula kids, you're going to have to beat them to win the Peninsula Invitational. So, sure, it doesn't have a huge field like Berkeley, but the field that it has is top, absolutely top level. Like, in the, if they have like an ESPN top 100 for debate or whatever, it would be an equivalent thing because there's an equivalent amount of people playing, say, high school basketball as they're doing high school debate, probably. Uh, I'm not sure about that, but it's just a guess. You imagine that, you imagine an equivalent thing, like a top 100 high school people. There were multiple people in that top 100 in the country at that Peninsula tournament. So keep in mind just how significant this is by trying to compare it to something like high school basketball, right? You're talking about Jeffrey and his partner beat a 2-on-2 game against two McDonald's high school All-Americans. That's how good they are at basketball. Except it's debate, right? I it's like I like to talk about that kind of stuff in part because people don't know anything about the debate world, debate community, etc. So it's like there's something kind of cute about like somebody thinking like accomplishment in debate is a big deal because it's like pawn size syndrome, right? Like if you're immersed in debate, then big things in debate seem like big things. But if you're outside of the bay, then it just seems like this cute little pond over here, right? But if you can give them a corollary like high school basketball and provide them analogs, then maybe they can understand how amazing it is what Jeffrey has accomplished. He got to, what was it? He got to quarterfinals at Berkeley or something? Which is just kind of no, he got to quarterfinals at Nationals last year. When they went to Nationals, he and his partner got knocked out in quarterfinals, which means they were one of the top um, 8 teams in the country, right? Quarterfinals eight, then four, then two. I think that's quarterfinals. Yeah. Semifinals is um, four, because that breaks down to two. Yeah. So two is finals. So yeah, they were one of the top 8 teams in the country. If you think equivalently with high school sports, say imagine you're talking doubles tennis. Well, they're one of the top 8 doubles tennis teams in the country. If that were the case, they'd be going on to big money career, at least scholarships to colleges to play tennis. But if they're good enough, they'd be immediately trying to go pro and earn money on the PGA Tour. If they were that's good at basketball, they'd be swimming in scholarship offers and probably be projected to be likely one and dones, maybe two and dones. When you think about it like that, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Dr. Edward Mantill says, I want to apologize. I have watched the company I had devoted much of my life to use the same technology to make micro changes to history in the further growth of the human race as we know it. Wow. And all that time, please tell us more, Dr. Edward Mantel. What is this technology your company has developed, and how exactly are these micro changes to history in the further growth? This company didn't require any particular sense making skills, that it has a prerequisite to hiring its doctors. Obviously, wherever you received your doctorate from also had an equivalent lack of requiring sense making. Or perhaps this particular instance of you not making sense is totally anomalous. It's like totally not representative of how you normally express yourself. I'm sure normally you make perfectly good sense. This, you flubbed this one, and it's just totally probably a typo, I guess. Didn't stop one. I, for one, forgive you, Dr. Ed, the brain Mantel. No, listen, Piak. He made micro changes. Like, you know, when you're not looking, one day I might remove one of those U's from your name. You're not going to notice consciously, but unconsciously, it's going to control everything you do from then on. These are the kind of powers that the technology that I developed with the company I was working for have allowed me to do. I chose to do these things, and I just want to stress the reason I'm telling you this is because I want to apologize. I should have realized it before, but this was a bad idea on my part, and I am very sorry. That's why I'm informing you of all this, because I just, I, I mean, I already feel so much better. It's like, I just needed to apologize, get it off of my chest. Now I feel better. I can go on with my life, perfectly happy, not worry about the cascade of human suffering I've set in motion with my mysterious technology and the power of micro changes. I like this guy, Edward Mantiel. He's got a lot of interesting stuff going on. An undeclared voter may vote in a state primary, but must choose one and not the other primary to vote in. Yeah, you can vote on a primary, fine. Okay, I want to vote on them then. You don't get what a primary is, do you? Which one do you want to vote on? Dumbass. What do you mean, which one? Republican or Democrat primary? These are primaries for the parties. Oh, I'm not Republican, I'm Democrat. Okay, so why do you want to stay in their primary elections then? Why do that? I mean, the primary elections are run by the parties to determine which candidate the party wants to field for president, right? So you're saying, I want to vote on the primaries. I'm undeclared. Okay, fine. Well, which primary would you like to vote on? You don't have to declare that you're a Republican, but you have to choose one of the other to vote on. You have to affiliate yourself with one party enough to say, I want to have a say in what that party's candidate is. Dumbass. Otherwise, just wait till the general election. For fuck's sake. You know what I'm saying? This make-believe person I just created is really making me mad. This guy who's wrong about primaries. He's as bad as those meteorologists earlier we were talking about. Prediction, not really a prediction. Your face isn't really a face, meteorologist. Pussyurologist, more like it. Don't even want to admit when you're making a prediction. Well, I got. You guys were saying El Nino means more rain. Usually, obviously, if it's El Nino, that usually means it's going to be wet season. But we're not predicting it's going to be wetter this year. What are you saying about El Nino then? Well, it's a weather thing that happens. And how does that link to wetness for us? It normally correlates with more wetness. So in other words, you're saying El Nino, from our perspective, functions as a prediction of more wetness, yes? Not necessarily this year. Right, it's a prediction. Not a guarantee. We're not predicting. What I'm trying to get at here is just because it's El Nino doesn't mean we're predicting a wetter year. What does it mean? Well, the wetter year is more likely. Okay. You meteorologists, I don't know how many hours you have spent just this evening making me shake my head with your garbage. But the more shakes I give it, the more you are liable to repay me in returned head shakes that I can use again later or something. Because you should never have induced so many head shakes from me with your wrongness. Wrongfully induced head shakes is my claim, Your Honor. Yes, they are liable for their wrongfully induced head shakes. I can establish that any reasonable person would have to shake their head a lot upon hearing this nonsense. I can establish that I am, in fact, any reasonable person. And I can establish that, therefore, we can conclude that I shook my head a lot of times. Because it's in direct response to that, I can establish clearly that they unfairly and unjustly caused me to shake my head multiple times against my will. And they're lucky I'm not trying to hold them criminally accountable for forcible head shaking, but I believe they owe me, I think fair restitution would be $100,000. I hope the local TV station that put their little video up there has to cover at least half of it. Maybe the meteorologist union can cover, another 40% of it. Maybe the actual individual meteorologists can each only pay 5% of the total. That seems fair. I don't want to hit these poor meteorologists in their pocketbook too hard, I think the media company in general is as much liable as anybody. They're the ones with the final say on what goes on the air, so to speak. In this instance, it was on the internet, but we'll use the term of art on the air, meaning anything that's published, right? So let's hold News Corp accountable here. I'm just guessing that News Corp maybe owns that local TV station. I'll have to look into the deets, We'll find some deep pockets somewhere. You set some precedent here. When people say dumbass shit, they're liable for causing you to involuntarily shake your head. I got whiplash from shaking my head so much from this dumbass. They owe me $100,000. Like I said, Judge, it's an involuntary reflex that any reasonable person would have upon hearing this dumbass shit. So make them pay me $100,000. I would say a terrible precedent, unfortunately. Because evil people, not like me, would make the case that something's dumbass stuff that qualifies as that, even if it doesn't qualify. I would only ever say, look, this shit is so dumb that I think I may have permanently damaged my neck. The fury of my head shaking, any person can agree that something, this head shaking me down, needs to be held to account. And even if there's no real liability here, Judge, let's just make this a punitive exercise for the judicial system. If you don't make him pay me $100,000, make him just burn $100,000 so that he realizes the error of his ways. Thus we can all return to the path of righteousness, truth, and justice. Probably. I definitely would rule against me in this case. But it doesn't change the fact that people who say dumbass shit should have to pay me $100,000. That's fair. I have to listen to their dumbass shit. My time's valuable. I charge $100,000 a sentence for dumbass shit, okay? That's my rate. You chose to employ me to listen to your dumbass shit when you chose to publish this YouTube video. And my rate is $100,000 a sentence. I mean, true, you didn't know that was going to be my rate when you published it, because obviously I prorate according to the dumbass rate of it. If it's not incredibly dumbass shit, then I don't charge anything to listen to it. Whereas if it's pretty much all the way dumbass shit, but not quite, then I might charge you like a varying fee, which is volatile as crypto, changing between $1,000 and $1,000 an hour or minute. The time is also constantly changing. So both the amount you pay per unit of time and the unit of time are extremely volatile. Now, if you get all the way to fully dumbass shit, that's where the fixed cost of $100,000 a sentence comes in. That's just for fully, irredeemably dumbass shit. For things that are just dumb, that don't cross a certain threshold of dumbassery, then my fee is free. I listen to it without charging anything. But once you cross a certain threshold of dumbassery, at that point, should I listen, you're going to be very quickly bankrupt. Because it's going to get very expensive very quickly. What you do is go out and look for super dumbass shit. Listen to it for a certain number of minutes or whatever, and then send those people a bill. Dear Meow, I listened to your dumbass shit for almost 3 minutes. For shit as dumb as yours, I charge, well, I'm going to cut you a deal here. I'm going to say $8,400 total. Look, this is over 50% off, at least, okay? I am really being gentle here on the evaluation of your dumbassery to try to save you some money. So, you cut me a check for $8,400 and we'll call it even. Also, I recommend you take down that YouTube video because somebody else may also charge a lot for listening to super dumbass shit. So you might get another bill from somebody else. I'm not going to obviously double charge you for work I've already done. But, check your other videos, because if I happen to listen to any of them and they're super dumbass shit like this one was, you're gonna get another bill. Love there. What do you think about that plan? To bill people for my time with the explanation that they've incurred this bill because the shit they were saying was such dumbass shit that it triggered my charging scheme that I have here linked to dumbassery. I wonder how many people who say such dumbass shit as to trigger those criteria. I'm gonna have to actually pay the bill. Carlos played, okay, got it. It's the universe giving me low energy today, like it does with Eric. It gives me low energy today? I'm not sure what my energy level is today. Is it today yet? Or is it still last night? I think it's still last night. I'm not still shrimming, barely, a little bit. You know, I took those shrooms like 5 hours ago. So, but you know, you have a residual kind of giddiness that stretches beyond the I guess, technically described arc of a mushroom trip. Like it is the case that if I trip like in the morning or something, and I'm done tripping by noon or whatever, when I go to bed that night, I realize, oh, I'm still tripping a little bit. Yeah. So it doesn't really wear off entirely until you get a solid night's sleep. But you know, compared against the more intense periods of it, feels a lot more like normal, you know. Obviously, very obvious thing said there. Pointlessly, tautologically so. Oh, Eric, you really are losing it. Speaking tautologies as though you're saying something. Tisk to the T to the isk to the B to the bisque. And that's how I invented tomato bisque soup. It was a Thursday. Around, 11 in the morning, I guess. 1827. And my neighbor said, what am I going to do with all these tomatoes? Should I make tomato soup? I said, hold on a minute. Let me add just a whisper of this stuff. Now, I just created tomato bisque soup. We'll drop the soup. We'll just call it tomato bisque, okay? Can we agree on that now? That's the name for it now? Okay, cool. So, remember, tomato bisque is tomato soup with some of this stuff put into it. But why is it called bisque? Because that's what I named it. All right? I'm the inventor of it. I get to name it. You don't need to worry about why it's called tomato bisque. Maybe it's because my grandma's name is Bisque. Maybe it's because my name is Bisque. Maybe it's because I've never heard the word bisque before. It doesn't matter why. Work on filling yourself up with tomato bisque, show media. Stop expecting other people to eat tomato bisque for you. Nobody can eat your tomato bisque for you but you. And you're never going to get full if you just eat saltines the whole time. Okay? Saltines are half of the equation. The other half comes from the tomato bisque. Show media has always had just a very wishful level of optimism regarding whether or not saltines can comprise a meal. I went out to dinner with him one time, and when he came down to order, he just said to the waitress, "Can I have the entree-sized portion of saltines?" I was like, "What?" But the waitress wasn't surprised by it at all. I guess it's not that uncommon. She brought him a plate just stacked high with saltine crackers on it. I don't remember the exact price, but it was like, equal to like one of the cheaper meals, like $6.99 or something. It's off menu, but since then I've ordered it at a number of places. They all have it. They're all like, well, they don't even bat an eye. It's like, well, of course somebody is ordering this. I was surprised, but at first I was wondering what was wrong with him. Now I understand. It's consistently the best meal at every restaurant. It's like something about getting saltine served in an entree size. It just fundamentally changes the flavor profile. I was like, oh. these, these saltines are so satisfying. So maybe KE, instead of shitting on show media so much, maybe you should learn a little something from him. Okay? Next time you go to the store, check before you leave the house. How many saltines do I currently have? If the answer is fewer than at least 2 full family-sized boxes of saltine packages, get at least 2 more. He complained about being, what does that say? I can't read that because it's behind it. Hollow. So that darn heart is constantly blocking words. He claimed about being hollow. Show media, are you hollow? What are some of the complaints about being hollow? Do you resent how acoustically resonant you are? You just think that it's bad because it's got a negative association due to Sleepy Hollow? From the guy who had his head chopped off? Tell me, what is hollow mean to you? And hold on, Katie, let me just double check. You said he complained about being hollow. Are you sure he didn't just comment about being hollow? Can you really establish it was a complaint? Or are you poisoning the well here? Let's do a little fact checking here. Can we conclude definitively that he complained about it, or did he just comment upon it? You might have inferred that it was a complaint. You might have read it as a complaint. But unless he said, I hereby complain, and I accuse you of poisoning the well. Sleepy Hollow is the one where the guy got his pee-pee head chopped off? Well, that's a lot scarier than getting your head chopped off. If you get your pee-pee head chopped off, your regular head has to know it for the rest of your life. At least, if you get your regular head chopped off, your penis is fine. You know, your penis can go on and live a perfectly happy, healthy life without you, but you're not going to live a happy, healthy life without him. Hollow means no marrow in your bones. Ah, social media, that's what you meant about it, right? You're complaining about the fact that your bones don't have any marrow in them. I can't blame you for complaining about that. It seems unfair that you were denied marrow when the rest of us are so richly endowed with marrow. I'd complain about it too if I was in your shoes. I'd be like, hey, check your privilege, marrow havers. Okay? Stop showing off your marrow all the time. Sure, my bones are all dry inside. You think I like that? You think I haven't heard before? Hey there, creaky bones. Yeah, I've heard it all before. Thanks, bully. True, I don't have marrow. Yes, I'm complaining about it. Thanks a lot for criticizing me when I'm just voicing a perfectly legitimate complaint, KE. Check your privilege, marrow haver. That's what I say to KE. But I'm always having to tell KE to check her privilege. She's like, I don't want to eat nothing but saltines. Check your privilege, KE. You eat saltines and nothing but saltines right now. This woman does not listen to me at all, I tell you. I've given her multiple commands, and so far I don't think she's obeyed a single one of them. Maybe I need to send her a sternly worded letter. KE! Exclamation point, exclamation point. You better start listening. Sincerely, Eric. I think that sternly worded letter would probably do wonders for getting that KE's smack talking lip in check. KE doesn't like dry bread. Well, who does like dry bread? You know? It's like, I prefer dry stale bread. you know. You want a slice of bread with some butter on it? Tell you what, do me a favor. Take that slice of bread, take it out of the bag. I want you to leave it on the, leave it on the windowsill there. I'm gonna let it sit for about 3 hours. Then I'm just gonna eat it just like that. I don't want any butter. Just keep even a whisper of moisture away from me. Because there's something about it. When I bite into a piece of dry, stale bread. Mmm, perfection. Yes, not listening. Thanks. So I want to figure out who was the, what was going on there with the dry bread thing. Sorry for not feeling empty. That is such a genuine, heartfelt apology for me, Kay. I'm moved. I'm moved by your authenticity. I think we all are. Now, where was where was the thing about the dry bread? I want to. What do you do and where do you live? Everyone who asks me a question needs to offer info back. I do absolutely nothing and I live in Mariposa. I do this and I live in Mariposa. There. You can ask me questions and give me no information. That's totally fine. I will tell you all of my information and expect none from you. I'm not interested in you and your boring life. I'm interested in me and my exciting words. I think we can all agree with that. That's an accurate self assessment of me. Yeah, I have the benefit of being SI conscious. What matters here, really, is my experience. So when things are being said, we should always say, hey, how can we link this back to Eric's experience? I need everybody to be a team player on this, please. If people say, I need everybody to be a team player here, please. What they really mean is, I need you to do what I say. That's what they mean. They say, I really need everybody to be a team player on this. They look at each of the people and really mean, you need to do what I say. That's how you are a team player. I'm you might say, the team captain. And you are team players by doing what I tell you. Hey, I'm a team player. I realize I gotta do work here at work that I don't like. I guess that makes me a team player. Really, I think it means I have to do a certain amount of actual work to feel like I'm earning some of this money you're paying me. Does that make me a team player? I'm not sure. This really isn't my team. Like, you've hired me to do something here. I'm not sure how I found myself in this situation, but I've had my team before. It was like my debate team. I get the whole thing. It's like, I told them what to do. But the difference was, in that team, when they did what I said, they won. In this team, when I do what you say, you win. What's up with that? Perhaps we can just dispose of this whole team metaphor, shall we? And acknowledge that each of us is here independently for our own self interest. And that you can't be part of a team at work because you're at work, dummy. Not playing sports or whatever, or doing something voluntary that you want to be doing. You're not part of a team. You're a bunch of people who are working at your job. Like, let's stop lying to each other, perhaps. You need to have a cool place where you work, where people are cool and they're cool to each other or whatever, and don't use that kind of ridiculous language. Or you can have a shittier workplace where you got to hear corporate bullshit about being a team player, etc., when they're just saying, stop fucking up so much, Jody. It's like, God, I gotta work here too. We all know this sucks ass. So why are you making me suck more of the ass than my fair share? Why don't you just talk to each other like that about work? Eric loves you because your name starts with E, like him. I do. I love this person. Eliana? I don't even know Eliana. This is my first encounter with Eliana. I'm not even sure I have neutral feelings towards Eliana, let alone loving her. It's vastly premature, show media. I mean, sure, I'll afford Eliana the default setting of neutral feelings towards her until informed by some more meaningful data than the default. But that's the same for everybody. That doesn't make her special. That's a long way from love, mister. A long way. There's at least 3 or 4 more levels between the two things. Between default assumption of neutral feelings and deep, lifelong pair bond love. 2.5, 3 levels between the two things. I wonder where Rachel's are, like I thought. Hey Rachel.
Yeah,
How you doing?
making food.
I said, how you doing?
I'm tired.
Okay. Well, you should be tired because you've gotten 0 sleep.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'll wait till the micro is done. Sorry.
I'm gonna try to sleep in bread. Because I can't, like, I can hear.
So, like the noise of me is keeping you up. Have you thought about putting like tissue in your ears or earplugs or something? Because I don't mean to be.
I'm gonna try and see. I know I don't give you as much in bread, so I'm gonna sleep in there. I'm gonna try anyway.
Okay.
And if not, I'll move upstairs and put earplugs in.
No, I'll just stop streaming. So are you able to hear it over the sound of like a terabyte? Oh, never mind. Oh.
It's like muffled. But it's like, you know, I mean, like, it's right above. So, sound travels.
Right. Well, normally you're up at this hour.
No,
You're about going to sleep now, right?
don't worry about it.
Well, this is a tricky one for me. It's like I feel her. I know also I can't sleep when there's noise. But I very much understand her position there. But also, I mean, I don't know what what else to do besides have a house that affords some separation so that I can do my thing and not bother her. And of course, it's difficult to predict. Like, I got accustomed to hearing, like, every time she's in bed up there, regardless of what's going on down here or anything, of her having her phone blasting some whatever autoplay thing. I would kind of assume that would drown out this stuff, but it didn't sound like she was listening to it tonight, you know? So, I don't know what to do about that. Like, normally, was she not listening to something? Normally, she's listening to something, she's trying to go to sleep. Would hope that would drown this out, but maybe not. So, Rachel, I don't want to be difficult about this, but just to clarify, were you, in contrast to how you normally go to sleep upstairs, were you not listening to something on your phone? Or were you listening to something on your phone and this noise from down here still bothered you?
No, I was listening to the live stream and looking. I just started looking at stuff.
You were listening to this live stream
Yeah.
and the noise of this live stream from downstairs bothered you?
No, I'm not. It's not. I can't hear you from like the master bedroom. So I'm going to move myself.
Okay, cool. I still haven't quite understood the mechanics of this, but I guess I don't need to. Uh, I guess at this point I should just wrap it up. I guess I was probably a lot more than she wanted to deal with last night or something. I don't know.
Good night.
Good night. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think I don't know how to. I don't know what to do about that. So, she can hear it up there muffled. She can hear it in there muffled probably too. I've slept in there when people are talking out here before, so I can sleep in there and I can hear the talking and it's annoying. Um, or it's not annoying, but it can be an impediment to sleep, depending on where you are with your sleep, right? I suspect that right now, Rachel is expecting herself to sleep and ignoring the fact that she took Adderall late, and then also noting that she can hear me and concluding that that's keeping her awake, which it might be a contributing factor, but it certainly is bothering her. So it doesn't really matter if it's keeping her awake, right? It's bothering her that I'm being loud in the middle of the night. She thinks it's bothering her because it's keeping her awake. I would point out that to try to go to sleep, after taking Adderall at whatever o'clock, is probably ill advised until you are more, have some more distance from it and are more naturally tired. But at the end of the day, any of that stuff doesn't really matter. If I'm bothering her, then that's a problem. So, um, I suspect if I simply talk at this volume, probably won't bother her, but I don't really, obviously, I'm not feeling very enthusiastic about continuing this. Um, Accordingly. So, I will end this not because I'm concerned it's going to bother her, but because the fact that I did bother her bothers me. So, have a good morning, everybody.